So far, the internet seems good today. So far. So far, so good. Don't speak about the internet. We might offend it. And we do not want to offend the internets. All right. Today we finish what we started yesterday. Maybe we get something compiling. That would be a bonus. That would be a bonus. All right. Is everyone ready to finally implement the rest of our consensus algorithm? Raft for the masses. All right, let's do it. Let's get this raft done. Let's kick this raft. All right. We're almost ready to update the main file. The last we were working on Raft. We got the callbacks. Let's see. Were we in here? No, we were not in here. We were not in here. We were in the mod. Was that a cargo issue? Do we have Rand in here twice? We do have Rand in here twice. Silly me. Silly me. All right. My bad. You know what I don't have up? I don't have Twitch chat up. Let me tell you, people. I am not a role model for many things. And how to stream. It's maybe also one of them. There we go. Twitch chat's up. YouTube chat's up. We're ready to go. Only a little hiccup with a few drop frames. We're only up to 135 drop frames. Not the worst thing. Hopefully we can keep it low. I can't wait for that sweet fiber to be here. I don't know how long it takes from them laying the line. So they finished in front of our house, but I'm sure they have to connect up the whole, the network. I don't know how long that takes though. I checked this morning. Still can't buy it this morning. I also signed up for updates, so I should be getting the updates, but you never know. All right. So we were actually doing this. All right. We probably need a mutable reference here. Would be my guess, because we're going to update self. Because we have our state on there, right? Yeah. So we have our current term. All right. So upon becoming a candidate, We need to increment that. Sweet. All right. So we'll increment our term. Then we're going to put our term as the last log term. We're going to put both of these as self.current term. And maybe we should keep an index. Maybe we should keep an index, right? Log index. Good. I forgot. We changed it to Control J to accept that. Control J. All right, so we increase the term. We wait a little bit of time. You know, we should really just increase the term later. After we're, like, actually about to run. We send out the votes. We get the votes. And then basically, at this point, we just need to check how many votes we got. Actually, let's just do this. Instead of this, let's do mute equals 0. And then in here, instead of pushing this, we're just going to votes. So, Dutch, if you join before the first commercial has run, you actually get pre-roll ads before, because like I just started and there's an ad in exactly 2 minutes. I feel bad for you now. I feel bad for you now because now you're going to get double ads. But you are right. They're Oxide ads. Just consider everything's an Oxide ad for you now. Every time you see an ad, you're going to see an Oxide rack. I have done more advertising for Oxide than anybody else. In a couple of days, I can tell you how much yesterday made me. You watched for like 5 hours. I'll be interested. You were the only one watching ads too, unfortunately. you were literally the only person that got ads until Scott B joined. Oh, I felt bad. I really did. No, I'm guessing 10 cents. That would be my guess. Ooh, look, it gives me the ability to snooze for 5 minutes. I'm going to snooze that. I only get 3 of those. But you just watched an ad. I would feel terrible. I burned one of my 3 snoozes. Good question. You should watch my YouTube video on it. So, sorry, that was cruel. I didn't mean it that way. Print line with when you see the exclamation point, there's you see it with print line, but there's other things. So like format is another one that you'll see that does that. So we could do format like this, and it also has the exclamation point. I mean, I did put the effort into making an entire series of Rust tutorials. So, but so what it is it is a it's a macro. So when you see this, it's a macro. If there's an exclamation point, it means it's a macro. So there are two different types of macros in Rust. There's these, and then there are one second, I'll find the other one for you. This is also a macro here. This is a macro, and this is a macro. So basically, these macros operate on structs and whatnot. So a lot of times these are used to generate things. So like this is deriving, debug, and parser. So it's going to give them default implementations for this struct. And this is going to give, this is going to do the clap stuff. So it's going to put clap functions on this. The same with these. So these are macros. This is a macro, excuse me. And exclamation point is the other type of macro that you use in code. The print line macro is really nice because if you think about it, doing this in actual Rust, concatenating strings would actually be difficult. And so it hides a lot of this where this just kind of works and it substitutes this in. It's pretty nice. Again, print line doesn't need to be a macro, but it hides a decent amount of think about concatenating two strings while thinking about memory. It deals with that for you. They don't have an equivalent to FMT printf. This is their equivalent. This is the standard library. There's no import or anything. This is just the language's equivalent to FMT. Yeah. In fact, you'll catch every once in a while you'll see me do like FMT dot, and I'll be like, oh, it even does print line because it knows what I want to do from all the Go I write. Yep, and format is sprintf. Yep, 100%. That's exactly. They're just the same thing. Rust does them in macros because then you don't have to worry about memory while doing them because it deals with all of that for you. Mostly. Macros make it a little bit easier. Macros in Rust are really awesome. They're a pain to write. If you look at these actual macros, they're horrifying to actually write. Like this is a macro. This is what I like about Zig. The macros are just Zig code. This is deplorable. This is deplorable. The macros are really awesome, but what is this? It's a real result. Right. Oh. Wait. No. We want an if here. Sorry, my bad. Wait. What type is this saying it is? It's saying it's a result of... Oh. That's not what I expected. Let's see. We did this join set. Oh, all my types are completely wrong. Let's just change these to I-32s. They probably actually are not I-32s, but we'll fix that later. We got ads. Let's see. We'll just give it a second. All right. You guys are back from ads. Let's go. We just need to cast this, right? No. We'll do like... All right. Yeah, we have an unwrap. We'll deal with that later. We're still figuring out why this... So our set is not getting the callback. Oh, I see. We're not returning this response. There we go. This response should be returned from the async, And that means this should be a type that we, yeah, response of vote reply. Cool. Okay, so now we have the type. And now we should be able to access that. Let's see. This will get the inner self, and we can check the vote granted. Nice. Okay. Did we not import this like we were supposed to? There we go. Imported. Done. You know what? I'm going to turn some music on. Let me figure out the button to do that with. I keep wearing this headphones just to keep my ears warm, it appears. There we go. All right. Uh-oh. Bar data escapes outside a method. Let's see. What is this returning? Should be the values in this hash map. Those should be the Raft clients, which I think actually implement clone, right? Yeah, they do. They do. Will it stop complaining if we do something like let? Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Now we have all of our votes added up, and we can say if... Oh, beautiful. Thank you, ChatGPT. Otherwise, we'll go back as a follower. Cool. So this is greater than, not less or equal to. It needs to be greater than half. Let's print something here. Let's see, we lost vote. Becoming follower again. Mustafa Nasser, yes, you're on YouTube. It is available on Twitch. I'm on Twitch as well. So I have three channels because, you know, I'm cool like that. I learned that the more channels you have, the cooler. I have a Twitch and YouTube live. These are exactly the same. So this is twitch.tv/MerrickCounts. And then I have the YouTube live one, which is YouTube. It's Null Labs Live. I think it's at Null Labs Live. So you can go there. And then I have I'm gonna say my main YouTube channel, which I don't put any live stuff on it. It's just at Null Labs. So these are the places you can find me. Yeah, these are the places you can find me. So if you're looking for me, this is more long form content, not this live content. I just record some videos on specific topics. It's a little more refined, a little bit more structured, but you don't get the personal interaction. Yeah. I'm happy for you to watch on Twitch or YouTube. Twitch is a little better supported at this point. I hope to get Twitch or YouTube chat and subscribers and followers stuff piped into my system as well eventually, but that will be you know, it's going to be middle of next year. I'm going to need to hit 500 followers on YouTube before that becomes a priority. Right, I was going to say YouTube doesn't get my Oxide ads. If you guys don't know, I'm saving every penny made by ads for this. So it's a good cause. You know, it's a good cause. We're going to buy one of these and we're going to get to mess around with it and see what it can do and what it can't do and how awesome it is. Dutch has the first day on it. He's already gotten the first day. He's been through the most pain. So every ad you suffer through, remember it's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. All right. So we did the candidate, and now the leader needs to heartbeat. But we also need to accept new rights. I'm not going to worry about the rights right now. We're just going to heartbeat. The rights are going to change it a little bit, but that will be okay. Because basically right now, all we're going to do is send out heartbeats and loop sending out heartbeats. Yeah, that's what we're going to do now. So yeah, every 100 milliseconds, we're going to send out heartbeats as the leader. That's what the leader does. Ooh, sorry, I hit the mic. Oh, shoot. Heartbeats we haven't implemented. So heartbeats are these. So we gotta implement these now. We're actually, let's see if we build. let's see if we build. Let's you know, we're gonna just break for right now. So then we just will return as leader. Airtidos. I'm probably destroying your name, and I'm sorry. Fix my pronunciation. Tell me how to make it correct. What are we making? So we are learning about consensus. I've done 5 days of consensus. These last 2 days, we have specifically focused on the Raft consensus protocol. The Raft consensus. And so Raft is designed to be a simple to understand consensus protocol. And so we were like, hey, we can do this in 2 days. And that was a asinine and a terrible decision, but that's what we're doing. And this is day 2. Well, you're now Artidos. You're Artidos. That's the official way. Okay, cool. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. So we're on day 2. We've kind of done this, the request for vote protocol, and we're moving on to append entries. It is 100% distributed systems. If you don't like distributed systems, shame on you. But otherwise, that's what we're learning about. We're learning about distributed systems. I do a lot of work in distributed systems, and yeah, I'm just trying to do my part to help people learn. So we're implementing one today. If you have questions, let me know. We've talked extensively about, these are where you can find me at Null. This is my YouTube. This is just the same as my Twitch, but I do YouTube videos, long form content on the same topics, if you want to find it out. But we've done extensive work on, this is all of our stuff on consensus, the different types of things. So we've been talking about it. We've been drawing diagrams. I'm not a very good diagram drawer, but wow, we've covered a lot on consensus. This is all our consensus work, guys. In the last week, we have been killing it. We have been killing it. So yeah. So now we're like, hey, we have 2 days. What more could we do in 2 days than implement all of Raft? And that was pretty stupid. It turns out it's a little bit of work. It's a little bit of work, but we're tearing through it. We've gotten voting down. Pretty. I'm not gonna say it's perfect, but we've gotten revote. Let's see if it actually builds. I kind of don't think it will because I think main is gonna break, but we're gonna see. Yeah. I think we have a few problems. So let's fix those. Oh gosh. Okay, so some of this is just import stuff. Let's just delete this. Let's... Consumed King, you're the guy from YouTube? What guy from YouTube? Did you comment on one of my videos? We can read your comment if you like. If I missed a comment, I usually respond to those. Or do you do things on YouTube? Because that would be cool as well. Let's see. Okay, I know they're unnecessary braces. You kill me. Okay. I think this is important. Did we move this? You know, let's just delete it. We'll fix our imports. So we were doing gRPC and we moved a bunch of stuff. So I think... Oh, I think it came from here. Let's see. Oh, we don't have ping request at all anymore. That's right. We removed that. Just vote stuff. Just vote. If you have YouTube videos, Consumed King, about distributed systems, release them on us. I would love to. Oh, you came from the YouTube stream. You're Mustafa. Mustafa. I see. So that's my YouTube live. It's just the live channel. And you can find me there too. The one thing I like about YouTube and streaming this to there as well is they keep the videos a little nicer. So if people want to go look up like yesterday's stream when we started doing the consensus, you can. And it's pretty easy. All right. I think this should become quite simple. All right. Kafka is a great example. I actually used Kafka in the previous examples of distributed systems. So Kafka, so part of the things that we learned about first when we were doing this was the different classifications and types of consensus. So we call these Merrickisms because the textbooks use bad terminology that's kind of hard to understand. I mean, it's okay once you've learned it, but I think the Merrickism is a little bit easier to understand. But Kafka used Zookeeper, and now they've moved off of Zookeeper, but they still actually have a consensus algorithm. So one of the other things we covered was, why does consensus matter? And Kafka was, again, another example of why consensus matters in distributed systems. So yeah, Kafka is cool. Don't worry about it if that's the only thing you've worked with. You're going to understand Kafka a little bit better, hopefully, is the idea. Zookeeper, I believe Zookeeper used Raft, right? I believe Zookeeper uses Raft. Maybe it used Zab. Never mind. Maybe I'm 100% wrong. Yeah. It uses Zab. Never mind. I was straight up wrong. I knew it used Zookeeper, so I was at least half right. I knew what it used. Zookeeper uses Zab. Which is cool. We should learn more about that at some point. Raft is different from Paxos and somewhat similar. We can talk about it. Paxos is a known or closed. The whole roster is known beforehand. Or as textbooks would call it, it's a permissioned. This is kind of your classic. Now, this covers Paxos, Raft, and the Phase King algorithm. Now, these are all leader based. Now that, except for Paxos, there's single Paxos and multi Paxos. Single Paxos is kind of easy, but to make it efficient, you really need to push it to multi Paxos, and multi Paxos a lot of times gets pushed into leader to simplify it a lot. We're not doing Paxos because the whole point of Raft, which you'll find in the things, is finding a easy to understand consensus algorithm. Paxos itself was difficult to understand. So yeah. And since we're trying to bust this out in 2 days, we went with easy. A lot of your big systems nowadays work off of Raft. A lot of your newer systems. So think Kubernetes. The core of Kubernetes is etcd. Etcd is powered by Raft. Yeah. I would say like newer stuff implemented is leaning towards Raft because it's easy to understand and implement versus Paxos. And then what happens is everybody has their own flair of Paxos because multi-Paxos isn't even described in the paper from Lamport when when Leslie made the paper. It was just single Paxos really is what they focused on. And then they kind of lightly described multi-Paxos. And so to actually make multi-Paxos work, everybody kind of implements their own because there is no real way. And that's where a lot of the times Paxos becomes leader full or a leader algorithm. Yeah, so sorry if that explains. Or not. Or not. Consumed King, thanks for the follow. I have to apologize to you all. I have Twitch alerts, but they are not working because my home lab is broken. And I'm sorry. So if you follow right now, the Twitch alerts don't work. So I'm sorry. They're not working right now. And that's my bad. That's 100% my bad. I worked on them last night. This one, this is actually the worker that should be running the workload, is not scheduling, and this one has a hardware issue. So I have 2 nodes down. Not good. Not good. Haven't gotten the time to fix them yet, though. Generally, they work to generate an AI-generated follow message, so you get a very unique message. It makes up crap about you. Whole random amount of crap. It's somewhat funny, somewhat horrifying. All right, what were we doing? We were implementing this. All right, so we have the term leader ID. I'm just going to copy and paste. Done. Oh, my bad. All right, let's see if ChatGPT can't give us this. Message append entries. Looks right. Let's jump on that. Will it give us the reply? No. I don't need another one. Message. Yeah, there we go. Append entry reply. Okay, does this hit everything that we need? All right, so we have the term, the leader ID, previous log index, previous log term, repeated log entries. Yeah, this is looking good. Leader commit. All right, and then we have the term and the success. Cool. All right. So we're not implementing, we're doing Paxos, or we're doing Raft Lite, even as it is, because there's some things that we're not going to get to. We'll probably pick up and finish them in January. So I have on my, give me 1 second. On my main YouTube channel, I'm just gonna post this where I do my long form content. If you go here and you look, I have this database one where I talk about databases, and there's a whole series on these. We don't need to list. I just wanted the. There is a playlist. Oh well. There's a playlist. You can watch the playlist, but. There's a playlist of the databases. They're the blue ones. So, yeah. Anyways, the next one in building a database is distributing them, or one of the next topics. We're still working a little bit on indexes, but so we're going to fill this out, finish it up, and actually use it in the null database to be a distributed database. That's the idea in the end. Eventually. It's not a real database. It's just for learning, education purposes. All right, we got our protos done. Let's jump over to... here. I'm thinking. Okay, let's see. We'll have to read on what the leaders commit. I don't remember quite off the top of my head what that's important for. The term's very important. The leader ID is important. Index of log entry. Okay, so the previous log. Okay. The previous log index and the previous log term, and then the new entries to append. We're going to implement the heartbeat, so the entries are going to be blank. The leader's commit index. I am blanking on what this. Here we go. Committed index of highest log entry known to be committed. Oh, okay. So index of highest log entry known to be committed versus index of highest log entry appended to state machine. I don't understand how these two are different. I'll have to think on that. I'm missing something. And we're doing it in Rust right now. My main thing that I work on stream is a project called Eddington, which is in Go. So we switch between Go and Rust. We do a little front end every once in a while. We all regret that. We try to avoid front end when possible. All right. Let's see. Undo. I'm glad you're interested in distributed systems. Most of the stuff that I do is distributed systems. So yeah. All right, we are here at sending heartbeats. That's what we wanted to do. So Eddington is a cloud service. It's what's going to power the null cloud. The null cloud is down because my local rack is down. So yeah, that's Eddington. And then Legion is another project that we're going to do more on next year, as soon as like the MVP of the null cloud is out. And Legion is kind of like a more distributed, in my opinion, better Kubernetes. That's simpler. It's more opinionated, but I don't know. It's how I would have done it, which obviously I'm not as smart as Google engineer, so it's probably terrible, but you never know. It's kind of how fly.io did theirs. They're pretty smart, so I feel like they validated my opinion, but all right, let's see. We need to send heartbeats. So we're going to actually, can we just steal this? Can we just steal? Yeah, this one right here. Oh, no. It's down. This one right here. So yeah, a lot of what I do is distributed systems. Not a lot of the times we're not this low level, not actually solving consensus. We need a Merrick consensus of all algorithm to rule them all. Maybe we'll do that at some point. Now instead of a vote request, this is going to be. Why does it not show up? It's not building our... okay. We screwed something up. I'm gonna blame you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. So it doesn't like these messages. Oh, there's no such thing as a log entry. I think we're just gonna make that a string for right now. Right now, it's just gonna be a string. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna see what ChatGPT wants to make it. Yeah, this is dumb, right? This is dumb. Let's see. The term is dumb. The index. Yeah. Yep. Nope, we don't want this. We're just gonna do string. Cool. All right, we're getting this to build again. All right, we have a few errors still. Oh, we saw ping reply. Oh. Okay, we definitely have some issues here. What noob made this? Do we need any of these? Are all of these just antiquated? I feel like we can just delete all of those. Let's look through here. Yeah, we're deleting all of these. This was the old way. The old way. I don't even know that we need any of this anymore. Gone are those days. I love deleting code. I like it a lot less when I learned that I needed that code. And that wasn't in Git. Maybe I should have. Let's see. We don't need any of this, right? Because this all went to Raft mod. Yeah. So our run now has mutated into this, where we're actually going through the steps, and we have our state engine for whether we're a follower, candidate, or leader. Nice. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yep. Let's just delete this. Can I just delete this whole file? Okay, you know what? We're just deleting the whole file. All right, let's see if I can't do that easily. We want to delete gRPC. So, no, I don't want to create. Yes. Beautiful. Yeah. Not that. Okay. Cool. Let's build and see where else we fail. Okay, we got less. gRPC server. Okay, that's fair. You know what we forgot? You know what we forgot? I'm embarrassed. First, we'll delete this comment. That was just to validate. That is dumb. That's also dumb. All right. We forgot to make a new RPC. Beautiful. There we go. This should cause it to fail because it needs the struct is going to have to actually satisfy this. Yeah. Right. Now it's saying implement the missing item. Perfect. What did we call it? Append entries. All right, beautiful. I'll take it. Oh, we need to import these. They should just be in here, right? Append entries. Cool. Why is this upset? No field sender. No field sender on Raft gRPC server. Oh, we have event sender. We changed the name. Still upset. They're trying to type this. Okay, I don't really care what the return type is. This method takes one argument, but two arguments were supplied. Uh-oh. We're sending this raft event. Silly me. All right, what we want to do, yeah. That's right. So what we want to be able to do is basically, we're going to do raft, event, vote request. And this is going to be a sender and the actual object. Request. So this is the request, and this is the this is the one-shot sender. All right. Oh, and then we can just delete all of this garbage because it was, in fact, garbage. All right, maybe that was not right. Arguments are wrong. Mismatch type. Expected a request. Oh, okay. We need a tonic request. Wait, I thought that's what we had here. Is this not a tonic request? This is a tonic request, and I'm sending the request. Oh, it doesn't want it. Oh, okay, never mind. That's silly me. There we go. That should fix it. Oh, or not. Who recommended doing this in Rust? Do we just want to change this to a tonic request? We'll just do it into inner for right now. Right, that will be fine. And that will consume it into inner, yeah. All right, couldn't convert the type error. Okay, why not? Why not? What does send? What does send return? If it returns a send error? Send error doesn't. What? Map error. Let's see. All right. Yep, that's fine. So we'll just do that. That's kind of dumb. Kind of dumb. But it will be okay. If you don't know Rust and would like to learn one of the coolest languages, I have a series on my YouTube channel. I'm actually planning on making another series at some point that goes like a little more hands-on. That one was a little bit more theoretical, but you're more than welcome to go check it out on my main YouTube channel. I'm gonna make a better one eventually. This may oh, we gotta wrap this one too. So this is the wow event, and this is this is append entries request. Append entries, and we're just going to delete all that crap, and this is going to be request.into into inner. We need an extra thing here. I've screwed something up. Where did I go wrong? I went wrong somewhere. Okay, so we do the send, and the send is expecting an append entries. We get an append entries one-shot channel. I mean, it's expecting a raft event, which this is a raft event. We're wrapping this into inner. We're sending it to the sender. Where? Oh, wait. Maybe it's fine. Okay, I think the diagnostic was just... We had a hiccup. It's okay. We had a hiccup. Man, this music's awfully quiet. I'm going to bump it up. If you guys prefer not... I actually figured out I can actually not pump the music out to you guys and just listen to it myself. So if you guys would prefer not having chill elevator music... I can do that. You just tell me what you want. If you tell me nothing, we'll have chill elevator music. If you guys would prefer to listen to your own music and have no music on this, I will do that too. All right, cool. We've done that. Let's see if we build. We probably won't. Wow, that's actually fewer errors than I was thinking. Only 8 warnings and 3 errors? My goodness. Now, I'm guessing... there's more than 8 errors. We're just hiding some of them. So, yeah. These errors were actually hidden because these weren't erroring. Set is not found in this scope. Don't lie to me. Oh, this is actually copy and paste. Probably an actual error. We copied and pasted leader run from candidate run. Let's go check that out. Yeah. And you know what? We didn't copy this part, the actual set part. Pretty noob mistake. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we did delete that. All right, so that's in main. That's fine. Oh, the only two ones are in main. My goodness. Oh, okay, okay. Now we do need to start the new server. So, oops. I just meant to delete that line. I'm also really bad at Vim, so I'm learning. All right. I'm learning. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna comment that. I want to see if it builds because, oh, okay, we gotta comment this too. We gotta basically recreate this with the new way. Cool. Okay, so it's working. It's working. Oh, buddies. We're about to be rafting. We're about to raft. All right. Got about 7 minutes before a mandatory ad. When that goes, I'm going to take a little break myself. I'm going to try to stand up a little bit more. Yesterday, I coded for 6 hours straight. My goodness, that was a little rough. Okay, I did have like 2 or 3 breaks, but it was a bit rough. Probably not going to bust that much coding out today. Consume King, since you said that you're interested in distributed systems, I recommend you join tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be giving away, now that I think about it, I'm going to be giving away a couple educational books that you might want to get your hands on. So one of those, not that view, this view, one of those is this, Designing Data Intensive Applications. If you're wanting to actually get into distributed systems, you're going to want this book. So if you live someplace I can ship it, I will be giving it away. It's like a $100 book. So if you'd like, join some tomorrow. I can't promise that I can ship everywhere, but I will try my best to ship. I do also have grokking algorithms and the last algorithm book you'll ever need, but those aren't really on distributed systems. The Martin Klapman book is on distributed systems. You live in Egypt. I don't know. I don't know if I can ship to Egypt. The only problem with shipping to Egypt is probably it's more expensive than the book itself, which kind of stinks. But we can probably work something out. I can probably you guys have, do you have Amazon there? Do you have Amazon there? If so, we might be able to work something out. Also, thanks for understanding, because I do I like giving stuff away, but there is some feasibility of that. Trying to help everybody level up their game. So I think things like ChatGPT, which we just wrapped up the AI games earlier this month, are going to make it where we need less people that are just like front-end developers. So I do think that it's going to be important to really know distributed systems and system design and those types of things to be really competitive. We're going to need fewer front-end devs, as those types of things I think are going to be like the first thing consumed by... I think we still have some time before they are, but those are going to be the first things that maybe we only need half the number of UI people, because our UI people are just that much more effective. In 5 years, I think that could be... You have Amazon? Well, if you have Amazon and you're a winner and Amazon will ship it there, I will get you the book. If you're really trying to learn designing data-intensive applications, I'll just buy it from Amazon in Egypt. I think I can do that. If I can do that. Caveats. If it's possible, I'll do that. Do you have a Kindle? I might be able to do like a transfer of a Kindle book. I believe that that's also a possibility. All right. I need to... We now have under Raft... What is it called, though? This thing. Let's see. It's our Raft node. It's our Raft node. Okay. This. Oh, that looks, that doesn't look quite right, but yeah, I was gonna say we don't have a dir. That's for sure. But, you know, it's close. It was close enough. What does... We need a node ID and a config. So we got to build a config, a Raft config first. That looks better. And then this is going to be Raft config. You know, rusters are going to get angry at me. So let's fix this up a little. Where is our Raft config? It is in config, so we need to... Oh, you know what? You know what? We've screwed up. We did not. Well, Consume King, you're also always more than welcome to jump on this channel and ask questions. You can follow my main YouTube channel where we talk about a lot of these subjects as well, from Kubernetes and databases to joining the stream and talking. Or there's also a Discord that you can jump on. It's on the Twitch channel. So we talk and argue about this. We don't all agree, but we all try to learn from each other at least a little bit. Let's see if this is building. Not building. Let's see. Oh, this does not need an await. Now we can uncomment this code. No, this. Okay. This should build, right? Right. Look at that. It did build. Nice. Ads are playing. I'm gonna go stretch my legs while ads are playing. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. All right. To get the Discord server? Hopefully. All right. Let's try this. Let's see. Docker compose build. So we're using Discord. We are using compose to run all of them at the same time. Since it's a distributed system, we're just mocking out a distributed system. All right, let's do Docker compose up. That was not good. That was not what we wanted. Okay, so wrapped at 69, we had a unwrap on an error. So we did do some unwraps because we were trying to fly through this. So maybe this wasn't quite enough time. This is kind of... We know this is a hack. We know it's a hack. It's okay. You should never put sleeps for hacks. Number one way to shoot yourself in the foot. For all of you that are new to the stream, sorry about the crappy internet. My internet has gone downhill the last month. Anyways, we're getting a new provider, so there's actually a way out. All right, connection refused. That's no good. This is no good. Why? This logic hasn't changed. This logic hasn't changed. We wait a little bit of time. I mean, we were waiting 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Let's just wait 10 seconds. Make sure maybe the servers take a little while to spawn. Wait. Are we actually making the server before we try to connect? 1 second. Maybe we're shooting ourselves in the foot because where did we spin up the server? We're spinning up the server here. We're async moving it. Should be plenty of time for the server to start listening. Raft server listening on port. Let's move this. Let's move this down here. So that's after we have done all of this. Let's do that. And then we're going to also add just a quick let res equal that. And then we're just going to print this if it has an error. Beautiful. Ha! This is the problem. We never actually awaited the server. What do we know about futures in Rust? They do absolutely diddly squat unless if you await them. So, adding this, actually trying to deal with the result showed us our problem. So we solved the problem. Nice. Nice. Oh my gosh, when I go and build that, my frames drop like crazy. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right, let's see if it works now. Oh, we don't need the 10-second. Crap. Weeby Wizard, what's up? Good to see you. All right, their followers does candidate stuff. Do we get a leader? Cool. So they all start as followers. They all hit a timeout. They all start doing candidate stuff. They started voting all about the same time. Our random did not random very much. We didn't print anything. I would have expected one of these to get elected, right? We need to put a little bit more logging in here. Also, some of these should have gone back to followers, right? I feel like everything just hung, just stopped working. This is no bueno. All right, let's check this out. We started, this was good. So our state system has worked so far. They started doing follower stuff, which then they timed out. So you see that there was a timeout in node 3 and it started doing candidate stuff. So it started to vote for stuff. So we got a lot of this right. Obviously something was wrong. And they all connected to each other, which was good. Good. Okay. So they never left candidate state. So let's check out what candidate. Let's see. All they do is just run this. They seem to almost get stuck in this. So we wait some random seconds. I say seconds. It's either, I think we need to up this just a little bit. There was a little too close. We're gonna do 50 milliseconds to like 1.5 seconds. Seemed a little tight. Actually, this should stay 1 millisecond. I mean, I don't know why I upped that. That didn't make any sense. All right, so we up our current term. And then we send out requests to vote. I'm an idiot. We send out requests to vote. We don't handle those, though, do we? Did we ever implement the logic to actually respond? Did we do that? I don't think we did. Let's see. Yeah, we have this receiver, and we never listen to this receiver. So when we make this Raft gRPC, we give this event sender. Okay, so we need to actually use that. So let's go. Nope, that's not at all where I wanted to go. Let's see. I want where we actually, this is where we want. All right, so this is our sender. This is our receiver. We never listen to this. All right, so while we're at this, we're gonna back this back down to 3 seconds for sanity's sake. Okay, when and where do we want to? We almost need to be pausing on this receiver. So let's look at follower. Let's see. Can we do... Is it not clonable? I thought the Tokyo ones were... I thought the Tokyo ones were... Are they not multi... Oh, I guess they're multi-sender, single receiver, right? Right. So if that's the case, what we're going to want to do is... We're really going to want to make this part of this. I think. All right, then we can, we'll yank this, we'll delete this. We will go to the main. We will make it here. We'll tab that. We'll have to implement these. Actually, we can probably just delete this, right? Because it will be inferred. I'm hoping it will just be inferred. We'll see if we can. Yeah, infer that crap so we don't have to import it. Sweet. All right, could not start the ref server. Okay, so then what I fear though, let's jump back here. I think, yeah. We don't have the sender here and run, so we're gonna have to pass the sender here. All right, cool. Flip back here and pass the sender in here. Cool beans. Did we just solve our problems? Maybe. Now we actually still have to leverage it though. But we can just do this, right? And then leverage it in here. So what we now want to do, instead of this sleep in this loop, we want to check for messages and deal with them. That's what we want to do. Okay, so let's document this a little bit. I'm loving where we're getting here. I think this will be really good to make a video out of, long form video. I think. Check for messages from other nodes. Beautiful. And don't. Really? That's what you're going to recommend? You're going to recommend literally the comment that I... Sometimes. So let's just match on it. Match on self dot receiver dot. Can we match for a time? Like, is there like a receive? I know that there's a try receive, a pull receive. That's what I wanted. A pull receive. Beautiful. I knew it. I knew it. What does this take? Pull receive takes a contact. Doesn't take a amount of time. I wanted an amount of time. Like I want to pull for 100 milliseconds. Pulls to receive the next message to this channel. This message returns. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. What about try receive? This is not what I want. Try receive. Let's do that. Try receive though is just it tries and then it moves on. Weeby Wizard, Consumed King, you guys have any ideas? Tokyo channel. Try receive for X milliseconds. So there is, I don't want to do it. So we'll do something hacky if that's what we need to do. We'll do something a little hacky if there is another channels crate that just does channels. I think it's crossbeams. Crossbeam. That we could do this with if we wanted. They also have a multi-producer, multi-consumer, which would actually, I don't think we need this a whole lot. So maybe we try to use crossbeams. We'll do Hacky Way first, and then maybe we use crossbeams to clean it up a little. Because I do believe they have a pull on their receive. Let's see. Actually, there was a blocking receive. Blocking. Does this let me give it a timeout? Blocking receives to call outside of asynchronous context. This method returns none if the channel has been closed and there are no remaining messages in the channel. I don't think this is what we want. I don't think this is what we want. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted something with like an ability to pull. This is not. So what we're going to do, which is kind of sucks, we're just going to do try receive. And what we'll do is we'll just sleep for a very short period of time. We'll do less than 100 milliseconds. We'll do 50 milliseconds. This is a little bit taxing. Doesn't need to be. There should be a pull method, but we can try to support cross beams in the future to do that. So. All right, so we can just do our logic here. Yeah. I don't like how this is set up now. Because now we're gonna, I guess our receive logic is different depending on which state we're in. So actually this might be a clean way of doing it. This might be a clean way of doing it, actually. All right, got a vote request. So this is somebody voting. We're going to grant them as long as their term is larger than our term. So we'll check that. So if is greater than our current term, greater than or equal. It doesn't have to be greater in this case. So as long as, actually it should be greater because we haven't requested to vote. So they should, when they do their thing, it should actually up there. So it should be greater than. That's 100% right. ChatGPT was right. I was wrong. Then our current term, we can continue. We'll do this. All right, so that's correct. Otherwise, we don't want to do anything with it. Actually, I guess we do. We need to send a response back. Otherwise, we're going to not vote for them. Yep. So we'll just yank this, and we'll just do boom. And do this. Term. Vote granted false. Done. All right. Okay, what we need to do here is actually return. Right, we want to be done, and that will save our, there we go. We'll just do this. Okay, fine. Return, let's see. Now, we just want to break out of this, right? We don't want to actually return. We just want to continue. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Nope, not concatenate. We just want to continue. Okay. All right. So then on append entries, we need to update our heartbeat. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to set a variable out here. Let mute last heartbeat equals then. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. And then we're going to update last heartbeat. And what we want to do instead of then here, we want to do last heartbeat. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, I hate this keyboard. I hate my internet. Where were we? What file were we in? Oh gosh, okay. I was on a roll. I was absorbed. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Gosh, all right, we're on last heartbeat. Our last heartbeat. My goodness. We're just sending success. We're not actually saving the request yet. This is just heart beating for the time being. We need to fix this, but we will in a second. What we need to do is we need to last heartbeat. We need to update it. Last heartbeat should equal now. That's right. But you know what? We're going to take a new now. That's after the try receive. Maybe a little nitpicky, but I mean, like, I don't know. Let now equal instance.now. Beautiful. We're just updating it to a newer now. All right. Cool. All right. Let's try building this. I will warn you that this is going to make this stream shutter just a little. Just a little. The Docker Compose build is not as smart as I was hoping it would be. And it actually like fully rebuilds the container. It doesn't do like a partial build, so. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. You guys are quiet today. All right, let's see how badly it fails this time. Raft protocol, take 2. Oh, gosh. Let's stop that. No messages. 1 second. We does follower stuff. We never did an election. So yeah, we definitely blocked on something here. If everyone is a 1 layer, then it can't detect changes. Where do we write no messages? No met. Oh, we didn't let it time out. This was printing no messages right here. Let's not print something here because don't care. Okay, cool. That was terrifying. If everyone is 1 layer, then it can't detect changes. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's probably my understanding. If you could use some more words to explain what you're saying. We wouldn't expect new messages right away because they have to time out. So because that's just how the follower leader stuff goes. So everybody joined the follower. No messages are being sent because there's no leader. All right, did candidate stuff. We should be electing somebody. We failed to elect somebody. We failed elections. It's rigged. The elections. Another thing that I noticed here that has me a little concerned is how rand creates a random number. Because it's feeling awfully awfully the same for each one of these containers. I'm wondering if they're using something off the system. Because these candidates are doing this almost at the exact same time. Okay, so we still didn't actually... Oh. Well, this actually makes sense. Because if we all became candidates, we only actually listen in the follower. So we need to actually also do this in the candidates as well. But voting when you're a candidate and you think you're a candidate is a little bit more involved. I just uncopied my thing. Okay, it's actually this. Oh, I had it right. Right, if you're a candidate, you respond no to everyone. If you're a follower, you respond yes to everybody that's a valid request. So it's just a little different. So basically, if you're a follower and you get a vote request, you reply yes to everyone that is in the same term. Now, actually, technically here, if you get two and you've already voted, we need to add that logic. If you've already voted for one in the same term, then you can't vote again in that term. And that's how you get the linearizability. It basically brings synchronous communication, or tries to. Where is our... Yeah, we're here. So as a candidate, we'll send out all of our votes. And then we'll listen, I think is the right way to doing this. And what we'll do is basically just do a while receive. One second. We gotta make this mute. Oh, it is already mute. Never mind. It's very upset about something. This is not mismatched type. What are you upset about? We want to... I guess we can just return follower here. Yeah. This is we changed this, so these are options now instead of try receive. And then this would be none. And in the case of none, we don't really care. I hit F1 again. I need a bigger keyboard. All right. There is no last heartbeat. All right. So here we get a vote request. I said option here. This is some. If we get a vote request, we're going to just reply with no. And our current term. Makes that easier. So as a candidate, if we get a append entry. Ooh, I don't know what we do with entries. This is interesting because this shouldn't be a valid thing. This should never happen because you should only get an append entries if there's already a leader. And so nobody should be voting if there is a leader. So this is what we're going to do here. I don't think this is valid. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a flag here. So basically we're going to reply with true and we'll save it, but we're also going to put in a big warning message. Not FMT, print line. Becoming follower again is a good. Failed to become leader because a leader already exists. And I'm going to make this stand out a little bit more. Because I don't think this should be able to happen. But I'm sure that it will. I'm sure that it will. I just pray that it doesn't. If this happens, I feel like we've messed up somewhere else. All right, so now we should get out of the voting phase, right? Because now people that are candidates. Now, we have a problem. If this random seed, can we falsify that a little bit? If this is a random seed that's not being ran for us, this is sucking a little bit. Is there a way to... I've never had a problem with this, running it like twice in a row. I'm just going to up this number to like 250. And see if we, it's going to make voting near impossible. If there's not an actual random number, everybody's going to vote for themselves. And we should fail our vote. All right, I know it. Oh, well, one, we didn't actually build. We didn't actually build, so that was never going to work. The other thing here is we spawn these and then we await for our replies before we listen for replies. We gotta listen for replies before and after? If the rand isn't going to be random for us, we are going to have problems. I don't know. We're just going to check there. I don't need perfect rand. I was just hoping for like imperfect rand. Can I pass a seed? Cool. Lost vote became follower. Okay, so everybody lost vote because we did it all at the same time. Do we get a new random number though? So node 3 lost the vote and became a follower, doing follower stuff. Node 3 became a candidate again. Okay, I need a PhD. Let's put our detective hats on here. Chat. All right. So we got a vote. Lost the vote. Goes back to follower. Node 1, let's see, responded with no. Who was it responding to? Maybe we need to print out who we were, not just the reply, but also like the request. I don't know who they were responding to. Because this is a little hard to track. Who is doing what? It only seems like node 3 was the one that failed back to being a follower. So everybody went to candidate. Everyone moved state to candidate, but only 3 fell back. 1 and 2 stayed candidate forever. And then 3 went to candidate and stayed candidate forever. Okay, so I think that we need to pass a seed, which isn't too bad because we can go into our compose and like pass a seed in here. We can do something like I don't know what seeds are, but I'm just guessing here. And obviously we want to make these different. There we go. And then let's see if we can't call rand with a seed. Let's see. Not there. Here. This doesn't take a seed. Oh, just call rand with the node port. True. If we can do that, I'll just erase those. Good point. Good point, Dutch. I think they're all getting the same seed from the CPU or wherever it's getting it, because they're all happening at the exact same time. Like perfectly the exact same time, because there's only a 50 millisecond window. This did not seem to let me. I'll need to look it up. Rust rand pass seed. So we could also try this. Dutch, that's what I have here. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. This one right here, this cha-cha 20 RNG. That's how you have to say it. Scroll down to simple integer. Oh, okay. I'll use a simple PRNG to fill the bits of the seed from the input number while providing good bit avalanche. So two numbers such as... Okay. I got it. Let's try to import this and leverage it. First, let's take this out. Some silly person was just going to pass in a seed. Who told me to do that? You know what? Not appreciated. That backseat developing was not appreciated at all. Not at all. It was a Rust developer. I can't believe a Rust developer would have said that. I just refuse to believe it. That a Rust developer would have led me that astray. All right, somebody's a little salty about not knowing the best language. It's okay. What's this 2, though? Is this where I just need to pass the port number? Okay. So I still need to pass in the seed, but we'll just use the port number, which is something we already have. Hopefully it pulled it. It's not doing the auto import. I'm wondering if that is from the Rand prelude. Use Rand prelude. We'll just do that because we're lazy. Yeah. I see the prelude, which it could be from. I was hoping... I don't love the prelude idea. It's fine. I have Rand somewhere else here then, though, as well. It probably puts the RNG in there anyway, so we don't need to import it anymore. Where were we? Let's just look for Rand. All right. So now we need to just use the port number here. Okay. We'll do that. Unfortunately, it's in the string, so we're going to have to convert it. So we'll just do like self.config.candidate ID, which our candidate ID is also our port number. We're sharing. This is the definition of proof of concept. Okay. Stream's going to be a little laggy again. That's right. One ID to rule them all. All right, let's see if there's actually some randomness going on here. All right, does follower stuff. Oh, we needed to fix the messages. They all hit at the exact same time. They all hit at the exact same time again. Let's make some better messages. Me write a bug. I'm offended. Offended. Offended you would say such a thing. You don't think that I can write a crap ton of code to replicate the raft paper in 2 days without a bug? Shame on you. That's right, it's a feature. I write a lot of features. I'm a feature producer. We wanted this deadlock. This deadlock is a feature. It proved that their random thing wasn't working. That this seed here isn't doing what a seed should be doing. We might have to do some more of this next week. Tomorrow and the other days, I was wanting to have a little bit more fun working on Eddington as well as my lights. So I have lights behind me that I didn't actually turn on. And I wanted to make it where the stream could interact with those. Then all cloud needs to be up and running for that to work. I just wanted to have a little bit more fun and a little bit more chill. We could work on this, but I also have some challenges for myself and for you guys if you're able to follow along. If you'd like to do those challenges with me. Well, I have some challenges for myself to do. And I have some challenges for you guys because I thought that would be fun. But we'll see. If the null cloud is down, it just makes it right. It makes it look like this. If you go to nullcloud.io, it makes it look like this. This is Cloudflare saying, we're working. We're working. The screwball on the other side is not. He's screwed up. Yeah. It's beautiful. I have done made mistakes. I know the stream is lagging. Sorry if the stream is lagging. I can make sure nobody else is messing with it. It doesn't really matter if somebody else is using it, because for the most part they would be downloading, and it's not the download, it's the upload. So with cable, the upload is very more apt to be problematic when there's a lot of people on it. Usually I stream in the evenings when like late, when I don't think a lot of people are on the internet. And I don't get my own dedicated bandwidth with cable. So because of that, it kind of sucks. Now with fiber, I should get my own dedicated bandwidth. So like with fiber, I shouldn't have any problems, hopefully. Right now I'm with copper. I have copper wires, yeah. Do you know what we're going to do here? We're going to, before we vote, we're going to check to see if anything happened. All we care about is this. You know, we need that. And you know what? We're going to accept this if it's valid. We're going to accept it before we vote. We're just going to copy the logic in the follower here. If it's a valid vote request, we're going to accept it. Because we haven't actually started really. We haven't actually really started. And then we can just return. We'll just become a follower again. Dutch, thanks for watching those Oxide ads. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. There's not much. I'm only streaming in 1080p. And if I bump it down from that, the text gets hard to read. So I can't do much to make the stream better, because the only things that I could do would make it hard for you to read the text. I'm really sorry about it. There is literally nothing I can do at this point. Lower bitrate suffers the same thing. I can actually change the bitrate, but I'm putting a pretty low bitrate as it is. There's a lower bit rate. We'll see how well that encodes. It will just get a little softer. If that looks okay and the stream is better that way, let me know. And we'll keep it that way until I get the new internet. Once I get the new internet, I should be able to stream at much higher quality. It's a pain because, like, it's actually, I'd like you guys to be able to read the text. So... So the last time we were doing this, I did downscale to 720, and people were saying the text was hard to read. I'm still dropping some frames. There's just hiccups in the network, but I think I'm dropping fewer frames. So I'm still dropping frames. I can drop the bitrate only. There's not much more I can drop the bitrate. I'm already below their recommended. Yeah, so if I stream at 720, people were complaining that the quality was rough to read. Especially on the post-recorded. Like if you watch the recorded. The live stream's not as bad as like the saved files. The saved files have been compressed and encoded harder. They get pretty unmanageable. I will be getting new internet when I can. Very sorry about this. I only have H.264 available to me. If I could do AV1, I would do AV1, but I can't, unfortunately. So now it's waiting a random amount of time. Do you know what? I screwed up here. I screwed up. I need try receive. Receive is going to block. I'm such I wasn't thinking about that. And I believe that these are okay then. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I was thinking. I obviously was not thinking. Obviously was not. Dezo. It logs on shore with a roll of duct tape. It compiles, okay? You know what? It compiles. It compiles. We might have made a few blunders. I personally blame, let's see, who's not here yet today? Russell's not here. It's been Russell's fault. He led us astray last week, and it's been Russell's fault. And no, I would never throw any of you under the bus when you weren't joining the stream. Absolutely not. Sometimes with Rust, compiling is the success matrix. Sometimes you got to take the wins where you can get it, okay? All right. Are we ready to run? So, you know what? Dutch, you're so pessimistic. We have successfully entered... Look at this. We got a leader. All right, let's stop it. We shouldn't print does leader stuff all the time. So node 2 became the leader. Let's actually validate that. So there was some stuff here. It might be a leaky raft. I'm not saying that this provides linearizable reads at this point in time. All right, so let's walk through this. So we all entered candidate state. We got some node 1 got a request. Let's see, what did it vote? It doesn't. Okay. So then it's doing follower stuff. So it dropped out of being a candidate to be a follower. Node 2 also, let's see, node 2 got a vote. And it's going to automatically become, if it got the acceptance from node 1, it's going to become a leader with this because it has majority. It has its own vote plus that one. Node 3 also it yielded. This is cool. It yielded to being a follower. Why are we getting vote requests after someone does leader stuff? Where's the leader stuff? We don't get votes anymore. I mean, this was just probably in the pipeline. This one was already sent. Like, this said, hey, I want to be leader, and this was responding yes. Does leader stuff. So there was a timeout. So node 1 didn't receive something from node 2, from the leader. So it went to candidate state. So node 3 timed out, did candidate stuff. None of them won, though. The timeouts are interesting because it looks like maybe we're not resetting the timeout in follower. So let's see. When we get a ping, we reset, right? Yeah. Last heartbeat. And we're checking that is greater than our timeout time. Now, when we're in leader state, when we're in leader, did we actually send these things? Guys, in leader, we're not actually, we print does leader stuff and then we don't do leader stuff. This is garbage code. We send a vote request. This is stupid. And then they're not gonna, like, okay, this was dumb. We haven't actually done this part. We don't want a vote request. We want a append entries request. This is the heartbeat. Russell just came in here and screwed everything up. I'm telling you. All right, that is something I will do. If you guys would love to see pair programming, Dutch, you want to get on and pair program with me? That would be fun. I think that would be a fun stream. We should do that sometime. We should do some pair programming. I mean, it feels like pair programming with about 100 people. I know there's only like 5 of you right now, but it feels... it would be fun. I think we should do it. I think that should be a segment that we do. I think that would be good. We should do it. We're not voting. We are, what is it called? Append entries. There we go. All right, we're not doing anything with this set. We should probably do like a, let's see. We should probably do a join on it just to make sure. Is that in the vote? Where did we do the, this is kind of a mess. We probably should clean this up before we make a video on it, but we'll make a video on all of this. Yeah, this is, let's not do let's not do it with a set. Let's not do this. Because we just want to send them out and be done with them. So let's just do them as we're going instead of all of this spawn nonsense. We're just going to like do them right here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we should have heartbeats. So what was happening, and this is a good test, is there should be a new election. The problem is there was still a leader. So they were never going to get never going to get it. All right. Let's build. Dazo Dutch, we'll do some pair programming. I think that will be fun. What we can do is I should be able to set it up so we could share a TMUX session. So if you know Vim, we should be able to like edit in the same place. Once the null cloud's back up and running. We should be able to share like the same terminal editor. It would mean that you have to know Vim. I'll only pair program. Actually, I can set it up with VS Code too, though. You can do it as well. So I'll be able to do it with either. That's a good point. That's a good point that I made. I made it. Uh-oh. Node 2 died. Node 2 died. Oh, boy. Node 2 was just like, no, I'm out of here. I'm out. Peace. I don't want to reach consensus with you fools. I don't know Vim very well either. I suck at it. Let's follow node 2. Run environment variable. Let's see. Called unwrap on error status. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was a little free with my unwrap statements. I was a little free with my unwrap statements. Wait, what line was that? 111. So this failed because I failed to send a message. No, I failed to respond to a message. I failed to respond to it. Interesting. That means whoever I sent this to decided, meh. All right. Which I don't think I actually searched for the... so let's actually look at this. Because on candidate run, do we... Yeah, okay, we don't respond to append entries request. That's maybe our problem. We're just fake replying here. And there. What about as a follower? We're replying there too. So it must be in this spot right here where we're about to become a candidate. And we do nothing with it. So you know what? For right now, we're going to fix this like this. We're just going to respond. Not perfect. But we will become a follower again. Yeah, we can VS Code. We can do a shared VS Code. That works too. I wasn't thinking about that. I won't force you to tmux Vim. It's a fun combination of tools that don't always play well together. I guess it was an option the whole time. I guess it was an option the whole time. Yes. Yeah, it was an option. I just didn't offer it first. I've been trying to be better at Vim myself, and part of that is just actually using it. All right, that will never stop. This is just an append entry and the reply. Let's not print our reply. Yeah, this was asinine here. My goodness, was that rough. Okay. Mi amigos, I think we've done it. My friends. Obviously, there's more testing and edge cases and things, but as a proof of concept of a system, it does the thing. Now, one thing that we don't do is actually keep a log, because we don't actually have a way to add a log. That was... I'm actually printing it when I get the request. Let's see. Let's go. Let's not print it here. We'll just do this. We don't need to print the whole request. What we do want to do here is say if we voted yes or no. Yeah, voting yes. Voting no. I'm sure that there's bugs and stuff in it that we can squash. And so with our database, one of the next things that we'll have to do is actually keep that log. So we're going to need to synchronize it with the data on disk. So yeah. There's definitely more work, but I just wanted to do the proof of concept. I wanted to get the voting, the log writing, not log writing, but it's just a heartbeat at this point. Yeah, this is good. This is good. We should write some tests around it and maybe clean up some of this. Because right now we have like, I don't know how long this file is, but it is much longer than it should be. Yeah, tests. I know. So, okay. I find this difficult. And I know I'm probably dropping frames. But people that say I find it hard to impossible to test well distributed systems with unit tests. I find it very difficult. I love testing, and I think that there's like some certain things, like if you're making a stateless microservice, that it works very well with, because you can test the little bit of logic that you have in there, and that's all you're wanting to do is testing those pieces of logic. You know, like, okay, with your microservice, you have your microservice, and then you have your database, your distributed system down here, and you have your user up here. And basically, there's a little bit of logic in here. A little bit of logic. Other than that, you're just fetching stuff from the database and serving that to your users. That's all the microservice does. And the little bit of logic in here where you're just messing around with stuff, it's easy to test. 100% test-driven development for that, or whatever you want to call it. Easy. This system down here, I find unit tests specifically to be difficult. Now, there's definitely some things that could be put into some logic here, like whether we vote this, grant this vote or not. We could actually encapsulate this into a function and basically have a bunch of inputs and a bunch of outputs that say whether we grant the request. 100% we can write a unit test for that. But the entire state machine, the problem with this is this state machine relies on other distributed components. So at best, you can write an integration test at best, and you should. These, I think it's most important when you write distributed systems to write integration tests, because those are like the breaking point, like where it's like, no, I need to have 3 of these things running together, or else what am I testing? I don't know. I know that's not a popular opinion. I just don't think that people write this type of code very often, so it's kind of difficult for them to I don't know. Let's see. Like, you can't mock out having an election. It just doesn't work. And in fact, I can't even tell you which one of these gets an election. See, node 2 is a follower this time. I can't even like do a integration test that defines who's going to be the leader. You know, like, okay, I'll read it. I'll read it right now. I actually finished what I wanted to get done. I didn't think that this was going to work out quite this well, but I want to run a few more tests and see. I'd like to be able to kill a node. I think with Docker Compose, I can kill one of them. I got to look that up though. Let's see, does follower stuff. Let's see. They all went into candidate mode. Node 3 and node 2 dropped to followers. Node 1 became the leader this time. Node 3 and node 2 are getting requests, and they'll never time out. And this is doing leader stuff, and this is good. The leader logs that it does leader stuff, which is at this point just heartbeat. And this heartbeat would also send messages or log entries. Has the right leader ID. The term should be incremented from 1 because we start at term 0. Term 0 is there's been no terms. Cool. This looks really awesome. If your unit tests let you control when nodes execute their candidacy, you could force a node to become leader. Sure, that would still be an integration test though. And you're right, we could do like seeding to make sure that one seed for candidate vote is higher than another. Or you could, fiddle with internal things. I don't like fiddling with internal things with integration tests because I feel like that's disingenuous to the system that you're trying to integration test with. How long is this? Let's just read this. This is not that long. Okay, so I said internal. I meant like you should be able to control any setting that you expose publicly, right? Not black box. Grumpington, you're right. This is gaming. This is peak gaming experience right now. Peak gaming experience. Greppington, you want to see something cool? You want to see? Dutch is over there like day 2 of week 2. You want to see? You want to see? Leader election. Everybody started as follower. We do some voting, and boom. Somebody became a leader. Somebody was elected leader overnight. Node 1 became a follower. Node 3 became a follower. Node 2 won. Node 2 wins more often than the other ones do. That happened this morning, Greppington. Was furiously typing. Furious typing. I just wrote a loom that print some text. Shh, Dutch, don't tell him that. Don't tell him. Don't tell him the secret. This code is all available. Actually, it's not because I haven't pushed it, but let's actually push it before we do something stupid. Looks good. All right, so now all of this code is available. I'll give you guys a link. If you want to look, you don't need to. I'm just I actually don't pull onto the main for this right here. I do it by episode, so you can find the code for the YouTube episode. So it's a little bit different than you might standardly. Yeah, and I don't have an episode. I don't have a YouTube episode, so we'll change this to like an actual episode when it is. But it's not like main is the head of the thing. It's not. Wait. Where's now? Where's now? I don't see now here. First time I've seen now. Oh, this was pushed now. Oh, I see. Yeah. I'd have to push it again, but yeah. So anyways, yeah. All the code we do is there. So I mean, all the code for the database is there. And all the code for the stuff that we do. So Eddington is here. It's go. Twitch alerts is here. Our AI game stuff. Yeah. We push a bunch of stuff. All right. So Grumpington, we have basic consensus done. So we still don't actively write to a log on disk. So, but that's okay because that actually wasn't part of what I wanted to get done in this little bit of time. I just wanted the leader election and then the synchronization of messages, which we do. Now there's a lot of cleanup to be done. There's a lot of testing to be done. But right now, each state has a run function. So there's a candidate run function. These need to be broken up some, and some of the logic is like inside of it, like whether we return. Like this should be its own function that says whether we return or we, go back to a follower or whatnot. So there's some cleanup to be done because I don't know how long this file is, but it's definitely longer than it should be by several hundred lines. Dutch doesn't feel good about this. Dutch was saying something about wasting 2 days of his life. We're not logging anything into memory. You're right. We should actually log into memory. All right, so to log into memory, we need two things. We need the leader to accept requests from us. So right now we have 3 nodes. We were talking about something else, but we have 3 nodes, but we have a leader. And we need to actually be able to send it crap. Because right now we can't actually put logs in the log. Oh. Yeah, I need to produce some, you know what? I already have the Null Cloud's first service. It's going to be a global lock service for people. I feel like people don't know how to implement one of those. We're going to do YouTube series on making a global lock next year, and we're going to run it on the Null Cloud that we built. And then people can sign up for the Null Cloud. They can run services on the Null Cloud, and they're going to be able to run a global lock service. And then if they decide to pay for the global lock service, which they're not going to have to pay for, but if they decide to pay for it, that's going to my our Oxide computer. It's going to be a communal Oxide computer. That's how we're doing it. The null rain is when the Null Cloud is in a bad state. One second. Let me see if I can't find that. 1 second. I actually have, for the Null Cloud, I have a image. Let me see if I can't find it. And we will. You know, everybody has like a thing that they use for when there's some problem. And I foresee the Null Cloud in its first year being down a little bit, every once in a while. But when it is, I have this. This is the Null Cloud being down. This right here. That's the null rain. This is we're going to work on it a little bit. It's going to be the null rain cloud that you get. Yeah. That is, I mean, the cloud's down. That cloud's going to be angry when it's down. I mean, I wouldn't want him to be happy that he was down. I feel like I want to say, what would you expect? That cloud is my boss, honestly. So he's pretty upset right now because we're definitely down, and we don't even get a little angry rain cloud, and we're just down. I know. You'd think that a highly available system would be more available than when 2 laptop motherboards cause me problems. Tell that, Dutch, to AWS and Azure. Tell that to AWS and Azure. It becomes fog. Okay, so we don't have a way to actually input this leader. So we can work on that. That's one thing. I actually want to read this article. I'm going to update the titles. We're going to talk about testing distributed systems really quickly, and then we'll go back to it. Testing. All right. That's literally what's down is the null cloud, and the Twitch alerts run on the null cloud. And so because it's down, Twitch alerts are down. And yes, 100%. You're correct. You are correct. It's like, you know what? We can debug it some, because if you guys want to know, I came across a problem. So this node is just boogered. The hardware is out of luck. This one is just not doing well, and I think my option is to just reset the node, like actually just reinstall the OS. I don't know. I couldn't figure out why it's doing what it's doing. But first, let's talk about figuring out how to test complex distributed systems that cause a lot of headaches. Like I was saying and talking with the rest of you, we've created Raft, but when people say like, oh, you should have 100% unit test, distributed systems, in my opinion, are a little bit harder to test because they lend themselves to end-to-end test as well as integration test a lot more than they do unit test. Now, we did talk about pieces of this that could 100% be unit test, like whether we respond with a vote granted or not, really should be its own function with just inputs and outputs. That should be pretty easy to unit test. But there's a lot of things like, hey, how do we test whether we get to consensus with who's the leader? How do we test voting for a leader? That logic is distributed across multiple machines, and so it poses very specific different issues that you don't necessarily get in microservices or your Android apps, like your desktop apps or things like that. So this article was recommended, and so we're going to read over it, and then maybe we'll look at testing our service just a little bit as well. All right, figuring out how to test complex distributed systems causes a lot of headaches. It's a tough question, and the thing is, there is no one-size-fits-all answer. I like this. And this is what I do a lot with my channel, is we talk about the options and how to pick the best option for what you're doing. The way you test your distributed system really depends on the nature of your system. Distributed systems serve a specific need, so its architecture is built in a way to serve that business need. Chances are the testing methods are vary as well, and I haven't even mentioned the number of independent services that also influence the testing methodology. Since it's important to come up with a universal answer for testing distributed systems, we did interviews with 6 cool tech leaders to reveal their methods for testing. They didn't interview me. In this post, we'll talk about how their systems work, and I'm not a leader in this. I was joking. And the methods they use to test them. All right. Yarrow. All right. Yarrow allows you to search mail-in product online and compare the prices of different shops. It's pretty complex. The other side is based. We don't need to. We have a cluster that's distributed, serving the end users. I would assume, since you're in this article. We're a big data company, so we process hundreds of gigabytes of data. Hundreds of gigabytes, that's all. Blah. Got to get into the terabytes a day if you want to be interesting. The cluster, I'm half teasing. Hundreds of gigabytes a day is a lot. I'm half teasing. That's a lot. That's more than most people will see. It's not the most that I've seen, but it is a lot. Servers that run programs on it to serve the web as endpoints and API services. On the data processing side, we have a serverless architecture. Involuntary gagging. We use Lambda AWS to handle processing data because of the cost effectiveness and ease to. It's not easy to manage. Don't get me on this. Lambda is not easy to manage. It is a nightmare to manage. We can't predict how high volume of data will spike when Christmas comes in the retail industry. In this case, serverless just makes sense. In the third component is a database where we store a massive amount of information. We use Dynamo. The final component is a machine learning component. We move everything using SageMaker AWS. So they're hard sold on AWS. All right. How do you test your distributed system? Now, I would argue the system that they use actually leverages distributed systems. So why I say that is Dynamo itself has a consensus algorithm. We're talking about consensus here. That's what we built. But Dynamo handles that for them, or should. That should be running in a consensus mechanism that works for them. So they're talking about testing their system as a whole, which is a little different than what we're doing, but it's okay. We follow pyramid approach. We have unit tests at the bottom. It doesn't matter if you're distributed or not. Units are always tested at full coverage. I don't know what they mean units are always tested at full coverage. Do they mean that they have 100% coverage of their code, which is gross? Or are they saying that all unit tests have to pass for it to deploy, which just makes sense? Okay. When it comes to integration layer for the distributed components, we follow a very service-oriented interface. The big components we built, whether it's Lambda or a trigger on the database, make interchange a lot easier. When the distributed nature comes in, we typically follow well set out standards. We essentially outsource distributed aspects of the platform. That's what I was saying. Like, they don't actually test their distributed things. Lambda, DynamoDB, those things are the distributed systems, and they're just leveraging them. As long as the Lambda function works, DynamoDB works, yeah. And we do. Okay, so they don't actually test the cool stuff here. Let's move on to somebody that tests the cool stuff. All right. About 60 microservices, shippable CI/CD platform, most works webhooks, blah, blah. From a Mac perspective, it's two parts of the product. So again, the reason I say that this isn't necessarily interesting, this is like pretty straightforward in my mind. Like we talked about, your microservices has some logic. You test the microservice with unit tests with the logic, whatever the logic is that unit test does. And it stores its data in some database, in their case, DynamoDB. And they orchestrate by AWS Lambda. Your orchestration could be Kubernetes, it could be EC2, whatever it is. But they themselves are not doing the distributed the distributed parts of it. So then you're just doing integration tests to make sure that your services work together. So this is like pretty standard and pretty straightforward, not what we were talking about. From a macro, there's two parts of the product. The control plane, which has the business logic. We use RabbitMQ, Postgres, Redis, and the application is built on Node.js. Poor them. They've had to scale Redis. That's rough. I approve of RabbitMQ. I like ZeroMQ better, but RabbitMQ is fine. And Postgres is a fantastic choice. Pure engineering tests. Don't know what that means, including code quality, static code analysis. Okay, so this is just static code analysis tools. We do a bunch of our engineering tests. These are not okay, cool. Phase 2 are business tests or integration tests. So they don't have unit tests. That's interesting. We have used this as part of unit. We used to do it as part of the unit test, and we realized it's impossible to do with a distributed system because everything is changing at the same time. So it's hard to test across the entire system. So they do integration tests, but not unit tests. Pure engineering tests, code quality, static code analysis. We do a bunch of engineering tests. These are not customer-focused scenarios. These are basically unit tests. These are not unit tests. I'm sorry. This is not unit tests. When he says these are basically unit tests, that's not true. Code quality, static code analysis aren't unit tests. And unit tests are business logic. They're business logic in the microservice. Right? It's that one piece of business logic. This is literally code quality test, which is your static analysis, your formatters, your pretty print, like you can even do like the security, making for CVEs and stuff. Monta, what's up? Okay. Maybe they're meaning he just said these are basically unit tests. That's not true. But if you're saying that they do unit tests along with it here, that's fine. I won't argue with that. They do that. They do integration tests. Yeah, an umbrella under pure engineering tests. I'm using that from now on. Pure engineering tests. How do you? You know what? We pure engineering test. That's what we do. We pure engineering test driven development. That's the new keyword. Remember it. All right. So then they do integration tests, but these sound more like end-to-end tests. Monta asking where we got in Raft. We got a working consensus engine. Everybody was doubting. And Dutch will tell you that we're not done yet, and we're not done yet, but we are getting there. All right. We're talking about how to test this system now. So far, none of these people have actually tested the distributed systems. So, yeah. We're at the O, Dutch. We're at the O. We're at the proof of. Yeah. We're getting more there. We have to do the PO part. Okay. So before launch, we do a bunch of stress tests. So this would be your end-to-end test as well. Your stress tests, end-to-end tests. Yeah. But again, this is your standard distributed system, not the distributed application. How do you run your integration tests? Most of our integration tests are workflows. Since there's a Node.js platform, we use Mocha to run all of our tests. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep. Cool. They're talking about distributed systems, okay? And I love Kafka in here, because what Kafka allows you to do, if you're talking about microsystems above any other things, it allows you to actually replay systems through your system in a test environment, which is super powerful, where you can actually take like real world things that failed and actually make a test based off of replaying that set of data through a Kafka, through your service. It also makes testing individual things without mocks with that real world data actually really easy, because effectively you can just replay it. So I think any distributed service like this should have Kafka. If they're not using Kafka, they're doing it wrong, or a Kafka-like thing. You want an event-based system is all I'm saying. I use Kafka here, but yeah, you get the idea. Unit integration in full. I mean, this is going to be the same thing. This is what you do. Unit integration full. Microservices have unit tests, testing on individual function. Okay, cool. We build the new container, we test the container, then we run integration tests, a broader range of things working with the microservices. Finally, there's manual testing as well. And then they do an end-to-end test. Makes sense. Again, microservices. All right, CI/CD platform. We bring hundreds, thousands of customer workflow that basically compile and build and deploy their Docker containers. Okay, this is what Eddington does at this point. Eddington does all that. CodeFresh is distributed multi-cloud platform that includes tens of different services. Part of them is related to user management, workflow management, and different business logic and integration forms. We're executing the workflows on cloud-based services on Google and Amazon. We're a microservice-based platform with isolated functional units that can develop in parallel. Good. The system should be able to recover itself to manage. Even if some services are not functioning, we We're pushing production on a daily basis. How do you test your distributed system? We have a fully automated scenario for every single service. Most of the effort is on testing the service from a unit test perspective. So they put most of their tests on unit test perspective. That's interesting for a microservice architecture, to be honest. Maybe he's including end-to-end tests in that. I run unit tests and end-to-end tests, trying to isolate as much as possible from the rest of the system. I think that this is a trap, somewhat. I feel like this is a trap, somewhat, when you try to isolate from the rest of the system. And the reason is, what good is your service if it doesn't play with the rest of the the system? What good is your piece of code if it doesn't actually work with the rest of the system? Obviously, you want some of this stuff, for sure. You want unit tests, like I've said, you want these things. But I think that there's only so good that a unit test in a microservice is even going to do. It's going to test and tell you that your business logic in that microservice is good. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you how it plays with the rest of the service. It doesn't do any of those types of things. And that's where you want the integration. We have an integration environment before the service is deployed and tested. That's good. This is basically where they're doing end-to-end, I would guess. We continue our testing system in production. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. We continue testing our system in production. That's brave. That's brave. However, we invest time in validation before deploy, but because of the intensity of the deployment process, it's clear our production system should be gradually exposed and not immediately exposed to all the customers. So they mean that they want to roll out the changes. That's fine. A super advanced monitoring system that helps us continue monitoring systems and automatic. They need to fix their deployment process. They say that they can deploy. We're pushing production on a daily basis. I'm assuming they mean pushing to production on a daily basis. It should be a simple deployment process, not a intensity. This seems counterinductive. So generally, people that try to be able to achieve daily deployment, and being able to deploy daily does not mean that you have to deploy daily. It just means that you're capable if you'd like. Usually they make their deployment process really simple, like stupid simple. All right. Unit testing, API testing, sanity smoke test and integration environment, and gradually explode. It sounds like they use production. This makes me a little bit sweaty. We're trying to avoid UI tests. UI tests are the worst. Has anybody successfully done UI tests? Has anybody here, raise your hand, and then I'm going to call you a liar. If you've successfully done UI testing, that hasn't been a nightmare. I've tried it several different companies, several different ways. Raise your hand so I can call you out for being a liar. Yeah, love to hear your story on it. Our system is a heavily distributed one, built from feature services. I'd like to see a database on here. Don't think anybody will raise their hand here. Yeah, I don't think so. Man, I'm sure that there's somebody. I was half joking. I'm sure that there is somebody that has done UI testing in a good way, probably. There's some savant somewhere. I just haven't seen it. I just haven't ever seen it. I've never seen it done. Yeah, Monta, Grumpington, I think we're all on the same page here. Testing UI. It's not even that it's less effective. Not only is it less effective, but it usually is a waste of time. Usually you sink so much time into it, and the return on that investment is just more investment into it, because then as soon as you change one thing on it, all your tests are wrong. It's just, all right. Originally, it was a big monolith system, and we started taking out parts of it, transforming it. I love this. Do this. Make it a monolith, And when you have the need, when you actually know what a microservice is, and your team actually needs it to be a microservice, make it a microservice. Not before, not 1 second before. Have the need first. Make it a monolith first. Complexity is distributed into many small services. The problems coming from the monolithic system were eliminated, but new problems emerged from the distributed system. My point. We're avoiding long calls in order to keep the architecture clean and simple. For processing a request, we use a maximum of 2 to 3 service calls, and even when you call a service, it calls only one other service. This is really important. Make sure that your call chain complexity, if you want to be able to return under 100 milliseconds, you can only call a few services in your network. When you start our application, the frame of the app is served by a monolithic service, and it also serves as an integration platform. Every page you load is an iframe that renders content from a service. It's a hybrid infrastructure. Part of it is in our internal network, and the rest is in the cloud. In the last years, we started using Google Cloud's Bigtable, BigQuery. So again, these are really the distributed systems: Bigtable, BigQuery, distributed system, Heroku. Yeah. We use a lot of message queues in order to make the system more resilient. I love the message passing. Event-based systems are the best. If you're going to make the change from a monolith to a microservice architecture, invest in event-based systems. Test pyramid. Everybody that's doing microservices are going to do the test period. Your pure engineering tests, your integration tests, and then your end-to-end tests. They'll call them something different, but they're end-to-end tests. This is a distributed system testing. In our domain, the following means unit test, integration test, end-to-end functional test, blah, blah, blah. One service has a unit test and also integration test where the services can test its components, such as the database. It also goes further to end-to-end test where the API is tested. There are services where functional tests are run using Cypress and Capybara. Oh no, they use Capybara. If you guys don't know what this, it means they use Ruby. It means they use Ruby, right? Capybara is a Ruby testing framework, is it not? I'm kind of upset that I know this. I feel upset that I know that it's a Ruby framework. I feel violated. They misspelled it here too. Shame on them. I didn't know how it was spelled. I would have spelled it with a K. We were fed up with testing that tests many services at the same time because we were increasingly complexity. It was expensive and didn't provide that much value. Oh, this is an interesting take. I actually find the inverse to be true. They are increased complexity, but they have more value in my perspective. While they have increased effort to do well, they have more value too, because you're testing how the system works together. Our infrastructure is duplicated. Every service has a staging and production version. We're planning to create a functional test framework that can be used to run tests on services in production. Man, more people testing in production. Is this something a lot of people do? The problem with the test pyramid is that as you go up and reach functional tests, the more the app is covered and the more the system becomes more rigid. Work with a bunch of clients, so I don't have one answer. Generally, they fall into 3 buckets. First, the monoliths being, modernized. The main one I'm working with here is a financial org, and they use a main monolith. We've broken it out into bits, and they're scaling and change pressure. Web services, standard. All right. It all depends on the team. For highly experienced teams that have set up an effective, well-defined software constraints and have ways of simulating them well at test time, stubs, virtualizations, Then testing in isolation gives a lot of benefits. For new teams, full stack testing is the best way to start off. For the government project above, due to the way budgets were managed, it's always a fairly new team and new project, so it's always full stack to get things working. Some technical services have been broken out with their own life cycle. This is where I would say platform, and something that AWS does way better than GCP, is that when they're saying test in isolation here, if they're saying that a service provides a service in isolation and provides it to anybody else as a platform. So when AWS provides MongoDB as a service, anybody inside the company can use that MongoDB as a service, then absolutely. Making it more isolated like that, the stronger the isolation the teams can operate in, the easier it's going to be to test things and to validate that they work together. When you're talking about systems that work a little bit more tightly together, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Dirk, you like testing in prod? My problem with testing in prod is this, and I'm happy for you to disagree with me, Dirk. I'm happy for you to disagree with me. Testing in prod seems like something I would do if I was on a budget. AKA, I didn't actually test it before I deployed it. Now, if you're saying testing in prod is like we have a rollback mechanism if something does go wrong, well then great. That's testing in prod, and you have your canary builds and you have a way to, green blue test the crap out of it. That's fine. That's not really testing in prod. That's just monitoring your release as it goes out. So I guess those are good if that's what you're saying is testing in prod. If you say that you run your load tests on prod, that seems a little dangerous and like things that you should have done beforehand anyways. I don't know. Okay, so like I said, Dirk, I'm tentatively acceptable with that. Like, yeah, I mean, like this is why you need to have a great monitoring stack, and why Datadog makes so much money, is because like you should be monitoring production for issues that maybe haven't arrived, but you could see ahead of time. Sure. Okay, so this was a good article. Thanks for bringing it up. It doesn't actually talk about what we were talking about today, though. Let me update my titles one more time. Back to what they were. And then we're going to have an ad. I've snoozed it 3 times while we were in that article. We're going to go back to Raft. Rusty Rafting. So fun, you can't believe it's not a game. All right, so we're going to go back to our Raft, but what we were talking about is testing distributed systems, but I actually meant the distributed system itself. So none of those people were actually testing a database that runs multiple things. So one of the things that we did with our Raft here was we actually reach with Docker Compose. One second. It's here. We vote, we elect a leader, and all that stuff. What we were talking about is how do you test electing a leader? And this is where like distributed systems like this become very difficult. Ad break is coming up. I wish that you guys would stick around. I'm going to make a cup of coffee, so I might be back not in 3 minutes, but in like 5 or 10 minutes. I suggest you get up, stretch. We're all going to get a little bit healthier, and we'll be right back after this. It's good to see you, Dirk. I don't know why the R is small. We can talk about how to do Canary and Kate's. We can do that. That's a topic. All right, I'm back. Okay. Sorry, Dutch, you were auto-modded. I fixed it. Fixed it. All right. Let's see. What did I miss? I haven't used Flux because the last time I asked Flux to add a feature just for me, they said no. If you don't believe me, I can pull it up for you. It did say no, but it's okay. It just didn't. Flux didn't support my use case. I like Flux. And if you're talking about management of a single Kubernetes cluster, Flux is amazing. For me, it was hundreds of Kubernetes clusters, so it didn't really work for me. So. Okay, so we were talking about how to test this. One thing is we could write some unit tests, but unit test isn't going to cover everything because there's a lot of distributed nature. I mean, the whole point of this application is to work with other applications. It does very little on its own. Very, very little. It's a consensus making machine. All right. There are some bugs. I know of one. One off the top of my head is when it's running for candidate. It starts at 0 and it should start at 1. So not here, here. Votes. It has its own vote. So that's one bug. We never ran into it actually doing anything, but these are the hard bugs to get. These right here are the hard bugs to find because it requires other nodes to vote. Or it will require us to isolate this logic so we can unit test. One or the other. If you can isolate, the unit test is obviously a great way of doing it. Docker Compose? Ooh, no. No. I don't think so. Now I'm not that good with Docker Compose, so we'll see. But this is I'm pretty happy with this. Now what we need to do is we need to make it so that we can actually send and write messages to this. And I think we'll update it some because right now we really just have 3 really large functions. So Monta, what you'll need with a system like this is you'll need to simulate removing a node so that they have to re-elect. You'll need to simulate removing the leader because, yeah, you want that re-election. So that's one thing that could happen. But you could also have a faulty node. You could have a lagging node. How do you handle a lagging node? We actually have never implemented that. There is a protocol for it. We're not going to implement it today. But a lagging node can get this. Install snapshot. We're not worried about it right now. So right now, let's write some log messages. Well, that's what we could do. Yeah, we can kill the container to test it. You gotta do that in an automated way if you really want to be serious about it, but yes. All right. Let's, how do we want to send... Only the leader will listen. Now, in a real raft consensus, what happens is that the followers actually send the put messages. Like if you're trying to put some data in here, they'll actually forward those responses on. We're not to the leader. We're not going to do that because, well, we're just going to call the leader. That's what we're going to do because that's easier. That's easier. How are we going to do this, though? I guess we could just do it here. We could just start this server. So this is the web server that was serving stuff for the database. What we could do is we could send another sender receiver back here, right? Is this multi-sender? Is this a multi-sender? Is this sender multi-sender? Can I clone it? Is it clonable? There are multi-senders, single receivers. I don't know if this one is one. Let's see. We're just adding a I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. So what Dutch is complaining about, is that we don't actually store log files because we don't have a front end, and we actually disabled the front end. And so I was checking to see if this was a multi-sender, and we could just send it send a different message through this to the back end, or if there is a multi-sender. I guess I could just check to see if send has a clone method. I didn't need to know if it's multi-producer. Okay, so it's not. My raft is on the water, but it's not moving. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the watch sender. You're right. Oh, it does have clone. Okay, never mind. It does have clone. So what we could do here then is just use the sender in the front end. And what we need to do is basically this sender and receiver has these raft events, which we'll just make a new raft event called New entry. And it's just gonna be a string. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a string for it. Just a string. Cool. You're so mean, Dutch. You're so mean. So cruel. So cruel. Okay, then what we're going to do... we're going here. All right. Meet exit criteria. We're not a startup. Not a startup. Exit criteria. All right, this actually starts our database, but I don't want it to start our database. So you know what? We're going to actually leave that, but we're going to start the HTTP server. For our app data, is this, I don't know if this is going to be data. We're just going to do sender.clone. I don't know if that's appropriate. It's probably not. And we're just going to do that. Done. Oh. Cool. That's right, Grempington. That's how we keep things afloat, is by putting stuff on them. Ideally, our raft is made out of logs. Oh, Dutch. Oh, that's your best one yet. That's your best one yet. Right now, our raft is not made out of anything. It's made out of hopes and dreams. What unexpected token? Oh, I think, all right, I don't know. Let's see, we're gonna... Oh, that was it, because I was just returning. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're gonna hijack our put command, right? Get value, post. This is our put. Yep. Okay. So we're just going to hijack this. Yes, I mean to comment because this is actually the database code that does work. We're just going to do not DB. We want a sender here, right? Sender of, this is a Tokyo sender, and it is of type raft event, and this will be our sender. We're gonna make a game out of this yet. Is that what you guys are saying? All right, so we're just going to... Actually, we will do this. We'll do the one shot because we'll get a response. New entry. Yeah, that's correct. New entry is the right one. So we need to import this. Oh, it might not be public. Okay, that's fine. Does this? I feel like that's not needed, right? Yeah, you don't have to make the enums public. Maybe I just didn't import it properly. The individual enums don't need the public modifier, right? I don't think so. All right, raft event exists but is inaccessible. Wait, this is telling me something. Oh, I'm wondering if... Let's see, where is our... Yeah, right here. That was it. All right, all these are complaining because we have a new entry. The thing is, only the leader cares, and this is in candidate. So if you're a candidate and you get this, in theory, if you were a candidate and got this message, you would forward it to the leader, but that's too much work. That is just too much work. So what we're going to do is nothing. We'll print it out. We will print it out. All right. Let's see. What are we in here? What are we in? We're in candidate run still. Now we're in follower. Follower will have the same thing. Can't accept a new log entry. Not even reading chat, guys. Not even gonna bait me. Look how unbaited I am. Uh-huh. I think, Dutch, that they have that for Vim. I think that's a thing, where the function would stay on top. I think that's a thing. I'm sure it is. So we actually don't loop over the sender as a leader because we were just sending log messages. So now what we need to do is actually leverage this. I'm just gonna copy this. Yeah, yank that. Okay. So if we get a vote request as the leader, we're going to vote no. Actually, is that even true? If their vote request is a higher term than ours, we should relinquish, right? So I think it's valid. Because what this is if I was the leader, and I got segregated on the network, somebody else became the leader and had a higher term, that would be them. So then when the network came back and we were unpartitioned, I would have a lower term and I would need to relinquish. We can do the select in just a second. I do like the select. We should do the select. So we can do a select from this, the time, and the try receive or the receive. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's get this working first. I don't care, like, this is a little inefficient. That's a good pattern, though. That's a good pattern. I just want to do one or the other. Cool. So let's shelve that. I want to get functioning, then we'll make it better. That is definitely a... Why is it all purple? I didn't say it wasn't efficient. Dutch! Dang it! Dang it, Dutch! Killing me. All right, so if we get a new entry, we need to send a response. Log in entry. So we need to log the entry first. And then we need to up our log index. And now we need to send it to everybody. Come on, ChatGPT, you can do it. You can do it. Is that all you got for me? My goodness, you were like getting close. Okay, so we need to let... All right, you're working on it. All right, there's the request. Let's see, it's a pending entry request. Perfect. We've upped our log index, pushed our new log entry. Entries is going to be this one. Now, in theory, it could actually accumulate a few, but we're only going to push the one. Right? And instead of this, we're just going to use this right here. Yeah. We're just going to build a little vector there. Awesome. All right, and then we go... Yes! It already knew I didn't want to use the response. It already knew I was too lazy to care. So actually, I do need to care, though. I do need to care, because I cannot respond until I have gotten at least 2, or at least a majority, okays. I have to care. So shame on you, ChatGPT. I have to care. No, we're not printing that. What we're going to do is, I guess up here, we're just going to do let mute success. Yeah, successes. We'll start at 0. Well, actually, we'll start at 1. We have 1. Remember, it's a majority, but we count ourselves as part of that. So then if response that success plus 1, if success is greater than the length plus that, thank you very much, ChatGPT. Print success. No, we actually want to return. What do we want to return? We want to return something to the UI. This new entry did not have a one-shot. Shame on me. Shame on me. This should also be a one-shot. Not of that. It should be, we'll just do a string. We're just going to return success. I mean, that's fine. Whatever. Sender. And then we'll do the select Grumpington. I wasn't saying that I thought it was inefficient or anything. I said, like, just let me figure one thing out and then we'll rework some stuff. Because that select needs to go in a couple of places at this point. So, sorry about that. I think it's a good call out. Very good call out. All right. Let's see. Now, we don't want to print success. We want... It really wants to print success. We just want to send success to the front end. Wait, where did we move sender? Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, so we don't actually need it. What we'll do is, basically, it thinks that this could happen more than once, but it can't because we're good. So we're going to continue. That's what we need to do. Sender can get moved here, right? I guess it's going to move it into each iteration. So we can just capture the sender at the end. Yeah, well, we don't need to actually do this until after the loop. So watch this. What we'll do is this. This is fine. We'll just break here because we don't need to wait for any more responses. We're good. In theory, we synchronize it to the whole cluster, but at this point, it doesn't actually matter. We yank this out here, like this. We throw it down here. Nope. Down here. Nope. Here. That did not end nearly as beautifully as I was hoping. And so then we just do this check again. I don't want the else. Okay. You know what? I'll just accept it, and then I'll delete these things. You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to have the else. It'll keep it easy. I'm going to do the go else. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. There's a little code duplication. A little. It's okay. Don't look at it. If you don't see it, do you actually know? Do you actually know? If code gets duplicated, but there's not an engineer to complain about the duplicated code, is it a problem? I don't know. It's not identical. This one has an else. This one doesn't. Also, this one doesn't need to be here. All right? We can just waste time. If that would make you feel better just to waste some time, we'll waste the time. Look, we'll waste more time by rebuilding. Actually, it didn't. I have errors. It didn't actually build. So, what state are we in right now? I need that thing that tells me what function I'm in. Candidate. We're in a candidate. We don't respond. Schrodinger's duplicate code. That if statement was purely to say, I don't need it to be on every single, I don't have to wait for every single, I just need a majority. It was to save time, but I get it. You don't like time saving. It's fine. But a developer makes a duplicate. I'm just gonna, I am not the leader. That's great. That's what we're gonna send back. I know, I have an unwrap. Good night, Monta. Thanks for joining. Is the unwrap required? I don't know. Which unwrap? This one? No. No. I'm not listening for the reply. I just... There we go. Absolutely not. I was going to say I could just ignore the result, which I'd rather it panic, actually, because this will say something to me right now. We need to go through and clean some of the unwraps. I know. I said 2 days. We were implementing Raft in 2 days. Ostentatious. I know. Ostentatious. That's not the word I meant. That's not the word at all I meant. I've been coding for 4 hours. Pair programming for 4 hours. Yes, Grumpington, that's what I use the unwraps for. They're fail fast, and really you should handle the errors. If you don't know exactly how you want to handle the error, you know, is that a reconnect attempt? Is that a fail? I don't know. I just unwrapped for right now. 1 second. We have some more errors. Oh no. I screwed that one up myself. Okay, so we got to go back to the main function. Yeah, okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. I think everything's in main now. Grumpington, do you find it more useful? The unwrap gives me the line. So unless if I have data to put in the expect, I haven't found it to be that much more useful. And in those cases, I don't know what data I would put there. But you're right. It's a unwrap with a message. So you're probably right. It's probably more helpful once other people use your software. Thankfully, nobody else is using this. And that's my blessing. Look, I don't know. ChatGPT saw you use expect. And it's like, you know what? We're going to do expect. There you go. What the garbage? Okay, cannot find raft event. Why not? All right, there you go. You got it. Why is it not importing? All right, this it's supposed to just import. So let's just import it. Okay. Up here. All right. Oh, we need to return something here. That's fine. That's fine. You know what we're going to do to make this? Yeah, we're just going to do this. Actually, we're going to respond okay with our can we just return with stuff? How do I return that with a body? I'm sure that I have done it. I know that I've done it. I just want to return our value in it. Yeah, it's just dot body. Okay, I knew it. And this should be our, we need to save this into something. Let's see that we're gonna let read. All right, our response will be that, and then we can do read dot what is this? The nothing. The nothing. I have screwed up terribly here. All right, sends. This is going to give us a send of. Oh, wait. Raft event has a one shot. One second. So we're gonna send this thing with the one. Oh, we need to make the one shot. Did we make the one shot to receive on it? I don't know. All right, so I don't know why I was waiting on this or expecting. This is not the response we want. These are not the droids you are looking for. All right, not at all. This also needs the sender. That's what I was doing all of that for. And then we can do... you know what? Watch that. And we can just ignore whether it worked or not. Let rep equal rx. You know what? We're going to change these. Who put tx and rx? I really hate rx and tx. And I never remember how to spell receiver. There we go. Freaking F1 key. I know it's okay, but you could put transmit and receive there. That would be fine. TX and RX is not the thing. So if you put transmit receive on here, transmitter receiver, that would be fine. Transmitter receiver, great. TX RX, I didn't say I didn't understand. I just said that I don't like it. Screens that would display 8 characters. I was gonna say, like, I'm fine with old systems and whatnot, but that's then. I'm writing code today. If you said that this was in the Linux kernel as TX and RX, I'd be like, fine, whatever. That makes sense. That was then. They had 8 pixels. All 8 pixels were used to display one thing. They had to scroll just for TX. Fine. Don't know, don't care. I am saying today, there's no reason to do TX and RX. It's making it more unnecessarily complex. Rust has been around for a while, I guess. Oh, this is not async. Okay. I mean, what? Mismatch type. Expected string found raft event. Oh, crap. Okay, I'm stomping on this. Okay, so this should not be sender. We'll just make this TX. We'll just make that TX. Okay, we'll just make that TX. Because this is the sender to send the raft event. Which we then need to send a one-shot sender to send back, okay? We're making a TX this once. I'm making an exception. Rust or Dutch, don't call me a hypocrite. I needed that. So this is our sender to send to the back end. This is our sender to send to the back end. And so this was stomping on the sender. This sender is the sender that we're sending to the back end to send us a response back. You're alert typing. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. I ranted for a little bit and then immediately backtracked. Oh, wait, there's no receive? What have I done here? There's got to be a receive. There's try receive. Oh, okay. I can just await it. All right. Sorry, I haven't used the one-shots very much. This is a result. You know what? We're gonna just do. Actually, we're just gonna uncomment this part. We're gonna leave the database part. We're gonna not write to the database. Surprise, surprise. And then we're just going to make this our ret. And wait, what is this? It's a result. That's not mismatched types. Oh. All right, there we go. There we go. Cleaned it up. All right. Snoozing those ads. Snoozing those ads. I found out I can click the snooze button one time per section and buy us 5 extra minutes, so I'm doing that. All right. Let's see if this works. Now, the thing is, we're going to have to adjust the client a little. I think it only goes to I think it only goes to the local host. I guess we actually have a host. Okay, so we can adjust the host. So we should be able to use this. Let's just CD CLI. Beautiful. So now if we build first, then we can up, then we can CLI. And then we'll be rafting. What do you mean a fictional versioning CLI? It's not fictional. It's not what I did it say that in my code? I don't believe you. Nobody else saw it. Grampington, back me up here. Nobody else saw it, right? You traitor. Betrayed. I'm gonna have to go, dude. That CLI has just worked for the database for so long. I haven't touched it in like 6 months. Because like the interface to the database has never changed, even though we've messed around and mucked around with the internals. The interface, I want to put data, I want to get data, like those haven't changed. So like the CLI hasn't changed. And I wrote it like really quickly, just as like a to be able to demo the database if anybody wanted to see it, like not just take my word for it. All right, I need to do this to the sender, I think. I thought the sender was like basically an arc, and so I wouldn't have to do this. But maybe we'll arc the sender of the arc. It's probably fine. I don't know. Dude, everybody just uses Cobra. Seriously, like the entire Go community should pay the Cobra dude like $1 a month or a year, and he'd be rich. An Oxide ad is coming your way in just 30 seconds. Get excited about Merrick's plans for Oxide. That wasn't at all creepy. You try to convince them that it should be in Rust and not Go. So actually, Grempington, I have taken the different approach. And I'll tell you why when Dutch is back. Dutch is in purgatory right now. Dutch is in Dutch purgatory. Don't tell him, but as soon as he watches enough ads for me to gift him a Prime, I'm so gifting him a Prime so he has a month free of ads. It's gonna take like a month, several months of his ad watching, but that's what I'm going to do. I know it's for Oxide, I know, but poor Dutch, poor Dutch. Okay, does this build now? Twitch Prime. You mean like, I don't know how much Prime costs, but the Twitch Prime, if you have Prime and you link your Twitch account, you can give a sub for free. That's what you can do. Each month. And it depends on where you are. From my history, I get like $1.50 to $2 for a Prime. One person that gives me a Prime every once in a while, I get like $1 from. Again, it depends on where you're from. It's not quite consistent. The same with actual just subs. It depends on where you're from, how much I get from it. Those are more than the Twitch Primes. It's like $2.50 sometimes. I think I get about half. All right. That is seeming to work now. Oh, okay. So Grempington, I was going to respond to you. You say, but every time we need a new service or project in general, I do try to convince people to do it in Rust and not Go. I have actually taken the opposite approach, and maybe this is because I have moved towards managing teams of people. I push for Go over Rust, even though I like Rust better. So if you had me rank, I would probably rank 2 languages above Go. The thing is, 2 things. First, it's easier to scale a team and to get a team using it. 100%. And then that team can actually implement stuff in Rust later on, because usually they're a competent team. And so then if they have inklings to go that way, they can. 2, it's just easier to find the people interested in Go because there's things like Kubernetes and whatnot. So not only is there more talent out there, it's easier to find people that would be willing to learn it as well. The other thing is, if you do get somebody that doesn't know it, Rust has a steep learning curve. So if your service is in Rust and you hire somebody that doesn't know it, then you're in this roadblock where they're absolutely not productive. And it's already hard to be productive, even if you know a language, in a new project. So I actually push for hiring Go because it's easier to build and scale teams. And while I don't like the language as much, that has value to me. All right, now we should be able to. We need to know who is the leader. The leader is number 2, node 2, right? All right, we should be able to send stuff to the leader. Let's see. You know what? Now I can record a video. I need to have this going on in the back of my videos now. Like I need a screen back here with just this going on. Like just this as it's going in the back of my videos, because now it actually has meaning to people. And even though it's been easier to scale a team with Go, I have been really hard to review changes in Go compared to Rust. Really? You find reviewing changes in Go harder than Rust? I agree that Rust provides more safety, but if you have a competent Go team, I haven't found it too bad. I haven't found it too bad. Node 2 is the leader, right? Yeah, Node 2 is the leader. Yep, Node 2 is the leader. All right, let's see. So we're in the CLI. Cargo run. Put. Host. I think we can do Node 2. And that's port is 3001. We want to put Merrick. It's key value, and we're just doing one, so I forget whether I took the key or the value. I don't remember. All right, so Dirk. I respect that. I respect that. 100%. Grempington, no, I wouldn't do that in Go. I agree. 100%. I like Go for small microservices. If it's a small microservice, Go is easy and fairly safe and fairly straightforward. And Dirk, that makes complete sense too. 100%. If you don't need that, it's also a valid statement. All right, maybe we just do this as host. There we go. That was better. Invalid port. Maybe we need to look at our CLI. That's fantastic. A fictional versioning CLI. I have no idea. I have no idea why I wrote that when I wrote that. I'm gonna blame an intern. Okay. I see the problem here. Interns were in this. See, Dirk, I've written more bugs in Rust. It's just a skill issue. It's not Rust's fault. But yeah, definitely a skill issue here. host does not have the port here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're just going to add default value. Let's make this default value of 8080. So everything works the same way it was, and we'll call this the port. What do you guys write, Dirk? If you don't mind, you don't have to. I would be interested. I'm sure it's pretty awesome. Oh, you guys write in Haskell? Oh, and Scala. Okay. You're here on your high horse and you're using Scala. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. You can't speak if you're using Python. You can't speak about Go being terrible if you're using Python. Okay, you don't touch the Scala. Fair enough. I actually liked Scala conceptually, or at least aspects of it. I've not learned it well. But we did this and port. Dirk, what do you mean by that? I'd be interested in understanding more. You feel like Go is awful in the way that Python is terrible too. Python has duck typing, so if you, I feel like that's not true at all. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's not true. Python single-threaded duck typing. It uses tabs as part of the language spec. It uses white space as part of the language spec. I guess you're a Haskell person, so maybe that's more okay. I'm not a big fan of that. It doesn't have as many fail fast mechanisms as Rust does. I agree with you. So I don't disagree with you that my biggest thing with Go is that it doesn't fail as fast as Rust does, but yeah. I'm not accessing this right. I can access it on localhost. I'm a dum-dum. That's what the whole freaking port is for. Done. No, maybe not. Never mind. Actually, I can just delete this because that's the default. I mean, Dirk, I probably say that I agree in general. Like, that's why I like Rust. And please don't take my Rust. Oh, Please don't take my Rust as good Rust. I've never had a production thing in Rust before, so yeah. I am binding that to localhost. Grempington, I need that on a shirt. I'm putting that on a shirt. Go as simple and simple as complex. I agree. I agree. Simple to pick up usually means that there is a complexity gained when making something that's more complex. 100%. This is why I specified I like Go in small microservices. I like Go in small microservices, usually not even multi-threaded. I do believe I made that distinction where you're making a really small amount of code. It's very easy to realize about and to work through. It's simple if it's a simple problem. Yes. Now, we're not always solving simple problems, but I usually try. Man, it's so much easier than Raft, right? My goodness, Raft was not simple. They said easy consensus. Ha. Easy consensus, my foot. Host, port. Wait, what's the error? This isn't really giving me an error to work with. Wait, am I just missing it? What is the error? Request error, kind request. I haven't used Hyper that much. I don't understand what hyper error parse version means. I don't. Is it a... Oh, is it a HTTP? So this runs with locally, right? So right now it's running in a container in, you know what? Let's check this out. We're running it in a compose. Yeah, and we're exposing them like this. Now, the containers each get to refer to themselves as node 3000, and that's how they do the networking inside. And this, for example, if your app is in a directory called my app and compose look like this, when you run docker compose up the following. Okay, it's a web configuration with under the web, right? Each container now can look up the host web or DB and get back to the appropriate, but for that note, the distinction between host and container port in the above example, blah, blah, blah. Right. I get it. Oh, this is Docker IP. which would be localhost. So I find that hard to believe. You know what? Maybe it is. Maybe I updated request because like this is working locally outside the containers. Let's check out this. I don't know what the latest version of request is. $11.23. What do I have? I mean, I can specify the 23, but this all looks fine. Dutch, and you and your naming police. You're the naming police. See, just be terrible at reading, and it won't bother you at all. It won't bother you at all. I'm fine with it. I didn't even realize it was misspelled. That's not how you spell request. Why is there Windows? I'm terrified. I am terrified. So I think this is good because hyper is on the other end. So I think it means it making it to our bit of code, right? Actually, let's do this. Instead of put, let's run compact. We need to do port though. It doesn't have port on compact. No, hyper powers request. Never mind. Hyper powers so it doesn't mean that we're connecting. Shoot. Hyper parse version error. Let's GPT this. Let's GPT this. Let's see if GPT can't just take this. Why am I getting this in my Rust program? You think it's the HTTP version? Okay. I mean, this worked just recently. All locally. Let's look at the cargo. Is there a new version of Actix? I just want the docks. There we go. Nope, that's not what I want. I want the... I should have just gone to crates. 4.4. We have 4.3. Let's look at requests then. Maybe we've updated it. It seems like HTTP 3 is an unstable feature flag. Let's check. Supports 1.x and 2. Maybe I'm malforming a request. Maybe I'm screwing this up. So we do this put value for key. Like I said, this has been working before. I feel like it's something with running in the container. Like just a week ago, these two were communicating together. The only thing that... So like I send this back. This is exactly what I was sending. Okay. So maybe I screwed up the command line when I was editing it. I updated to have a port like this with a default of 8080 just to keep backwards compatibility. And then I updated here to put the port in. So instead of, this was hard coded as 8080. I have a new line in here. I don't know that I need that. I'm guessing I do. I don't just throw new lines in places. I don't know why. Like I said, I haven't touched that thing for like a year. Dude, I mean, that has been there for a year. So it definitely doesn't cause it. I don't think. You know what? We can do this. Let's just do this. Let's just make sure this is parsing how we would expect it to. You know. I mean, it's a key value data store, so its key is Merrick. I mean, in this case, in the case what we were doing, if you look here, this is the key and then the value. I just put my name as both. The value can't have a space in it, but it doesn't have a space in it. That's dumb. The data is just going in the body. And at this point, it's just raw. I mean, this is the only command. I'm calling the command put. Right? And then it's this. This is that response. And the other side uses a different library. Thanks, Greppington. Thanks. You guys couldn't be happy for me that I got Raft working. You just had to... Oh. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Never mind, I thought port was maybe like an optional, and it was like actually pointing... Oh, no, that's not true, because we did it... Yeah, it's printing out here. This looks proper. That looks proper. All right, I have an idea. Let's check one that hasn't changed. Let's update. Let's take this command and put it with the, not the bench command, but the compact command. So now we should be able to do port here and port here. There is a space after Merrick. Of course there's a space after Merrick. That's how you give it the port. I mean, it's the command line. It's not, if you put a space, it's going to go on to the next thing. That's how like the argument parser is going to work. It wouldn't let me put a space in something because that's not like to get a space in it. I'd have to quote it. Now it has a space in it, right? No. I mean, like we've used this command line too many times. That's not. Yeah, no. You good. Keep throwing. I'm not upset. I'm just telling you, like, one, the CLI has been used many a times. Two, how argument parsers work, you can't get a space in there without extra work. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to stop that. We're going to see how our Raft protocol works with just one node. And we're going to run it not inside of a container. So cargo run, and then we have to pass some stuff. This is going to complain because it has two required. It needs the roster, which is just itself, but you got to define that. And I feel like there was one other thing, like name or something stupid. Yeah, it was ID. It was node ID. That's what it is. So it's going to complain about those things. Okay, roster and ID. So we'll do roster, and that is localhost 3000. And ID is 3002. All right, now we'll do this. So something, oh, look at this. It didn't like, oh, no. This is got a request. What? How did it get a gRPC request? We're getting the same error, not running a container. And this isn't logging anything. But I think it's kind of in a weird state because it's kind of waiting for requests. Send a request to it. Oh, dude. We have a bug. It shouldn't send requests to itself. That's gnarly. I guess in the other one, the roster didn't have anybody else's. I don't have a way. This is going to error out. We don't handle a zero roster. We don't handle this. So that's a bug. We can't actually run individually, which is dumb. All right. I know what we're going to do. Let's see. I'm going to Vim here. We're going to open up src main. And what we're going to do is undo everything that we did. Just these changes, though. We're going to spin up the database. Right. In theory, Raft can run as a single node. I don't support it right now. That wasn't inside scope. Okay? So it's fine. I expect your roster to only contain the other nodes. So let me comment this out. We will reinstate the database. We will comment out, let's see, this stuff. We will uncomment this stuff. And then we will update this. We will comment this stuff out because we don't have the sender anymore. And re-comment the database stuff. The database comes from this. You know what? We're going to comment this. Okay. And now we're going to cargo run this crap. It's rocking and rolling. Now we're going to run a compact call. Connection refused. Oh, it's mounting at, we just removed the port. It's connecting at 8080. It's working. It's connecting. It's working. I want to say it's how it's running in a container. This worked. We made a log. We can run a put if you like. It worked. It worked. Okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean? All right, let's undo everything. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I figured it out. I figured it out. Do you guys want to know the problem? Do you guys want to know the problem? Do you? I'm both excited and terrified at my bug. Oh, you're good? You don't need to know? Okay, then I'll just end the stream here. I figured it out. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I just took us on a wild goose chase because I didn't think this through. Let's talk about it. I'm binding to localhost, which means I can't actually access this outside of a container. Not only am I binding to localhost, I have no clue of what port is for our web server. The port was only for our gRPC server. That's the only thing that was listening at that. Okay? So I'm not even exposing it either. Now, I don't know why request is giving us a version error, because it's the dumbest thing. It should give us a not found, or like, I don't know why it's giving us that. But that's what it's giving us for no good reason. Now, what we will have to do here is update our compose to also expose 8080. No, we have to actually make these. We actually have to make these bind to the port. Yeah, it's okay. We need to make these bind to the port. Let's see. Where's it's just this ID. It's just our port is the ID. Okay, you know what? Naming's hard. I'm not good at it. Docker question. Can you bind to from a Unix domains? I think so. Wait. Dutch says you can. Right. When on the local machine. Yes. We can experiment with that, though. That would be a good thing to do. Thanks, guys. And sorry I had the brain fart. Actually, this can't bind to the same port. So now we really need to do two ports, which we need to expose. So let's do it this way. We are going to do this. How are we going to do this? We're just going to tack a 1 onto this. We need it to be a predetermined path, right? A predetermined port. This is going to make it somewhat easy. Just to validate what we're doing, we can make this a little bit better. We probably should pass in both ports. Because we have inter-node communication. This is classic. Like most databases have this. They'll have like their mesh network where they talk together on it, and then they'll have like the port that they expose out on. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. That was so painful, and it was all my fault. That was so painful and all my fault. So what we can do is we just know that we have this. Basically, we need to expose 3011 to 30,011. And this will be a 1 and a 1. This is our web port that we expose to. It has to be unique for all three, right? No, actually it doesn't. Shoot. All of these could be the same port. I didn't think about that. No, they can't be because they're binding to localhost in this. All right, when deployed, this could all be the same port. It could all be port 80. But here, since they're all binding to local hosts, and I don't know which one will be the leader, because remember, we have to communicate to the leader, we're going to have to do this for now. And this is gross. I know. I'm sorry. Not sorry. All right, so we need to test this. I think that you have to have elevated privileges, Dutch. I think I agree with that, though. I just added a 1 after all ports. Because this is Python. No, Lua. This is Lua. I don't even know what I'm talking about. All right, we're about to be cooking. We're about to be cooking. It is NeoVim, Dutch. It is NeoVim. It's not Vim. I just masked Vim because I'm a terrible person like that. I feel like masking commands like that is kind of akin to like overloading operators. Generally not good, but awfully awesome when you do it. All right, we're going to elect a leader, then we're going to send our request, and then we're going to actually have a log. All right, done. Now we need to know, we are seeing 1 and 3, so 2 is the leader again. 2 likes being the leader. Okay. So this should be 1-1. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Failed. Failed. Hey, connection reset by peer is a different error. It's a different error. You know what we're going to do? I did, Dutch. I did. So if you look at the compose, I mapped these all to an external, a unique external. And then inside, inside here, right here. See, I just put the 1 on the end. So I'm mapping that. You know, we could make this 80-80. We could just make this 80-80. Real dumb. And then basically, oh, actually that's not a horrible idea. Make it real dumb. And then compose, we'll just map this. Each one of these will be 80-80. Internally they'll be on the same one inside their container. This is switched though. This is switched. This one will be 80-80. I always get this confused, so I always just make them the same thing. Because I look like a fool. Because I forget which one is which. I always forget which one's inside the container and which one's, because it's always backwards to my thinking. In my thinking, it should be like I'm mapping this inside the container to outside the container, but it's I'm mapping this outside the container to inside the container. Yeah. I always think of it the opposite way. And so the way I remember is I'm like, what doesn't make sense to me? And this. And I'm not saying like what makes sense to me is the right way. I'm just saying like I am really bad about I don't know why, but that always confuses me. Just the containers. I don't know why the other way makes me, and I can't tell you how many times I've done it. I do it so often. All right. We got to find the leader. All right, so we see 1 and 3. So 2 is it again. I'm telling you, 2 gets started first. So 2 is this port, right? This felt like it was going to work. This felt like it had a chance. All right. Well, I thought that was it. We are getting incomplete message now, which makes me think like... I don't know what that makes me think. It makes me want to cry, maybe. I do use print line. Whenever I print something, I do need to get going soon. I do. I was hoping to figure... okay, I have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Help me figure this out, guys. I have 10 minutes, and we have a networking issue. Notoriously easy to solve. All right, you know what I want to do is I just want to return here. Okay. I just want to return okay. And to see if, like, you know, maybe something is hanging here and that's why it said incomplete. That's my thought. Compose up. Okay. Grimpington, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Oh, wait. We have 1 and 3, so... Oh, we're getting a connection timeout now. No, we're getting the incomplete message. Interesting. Interesting. We're getting multiple things. We're getting canceled. We're getting incomplete message. We're getting... Interesting. Connection reset. Oh, I'm sorry. There are ads. I'm super sorry, Dutch. I'm not a sorry Dutch person. I'm sorry for Dutch. I'm getting canceled. All 4 of you will stop watching. It's gonna destroy my career as a streamer. This looks right. Let's see. Local... Help! Why does my Rust give me this? That is not what I meant to copy. That is not at all what I meant to copy. My Rust code. Give me this. Yeah, I get all of these. That didn't help me. I tried to fix it with, I mean, I just made this yeet right on out of there. Like, this just yeets. It's just like, okay, we're done. Hasta luego. Пока, до свидания. How do you say goodbye in Dutch? That's the question. I don't know that one. We can't yeet in Dutch? We can't yeet? Okay, but Dutch, the real question is, how would I say it just yeets right on out of there? I need the equivalent of yeet. Hold the door, Hondo. Okay, also, you have like 12 ways of saying bye. That's... Yeah, we just need yeet. That's the only thing that really matters. Okay, Dutch, do you actually expect me to pronounce that? Can you put a pronunciation guide with that? So I can study that tonight? All right. All right. Okay, so Grempington, I think you're right that it's a completely different issue, but what is the issue? And how can we quickly debug it easily? Nobody says thanks for all the fish. Not one person. They might say toodaloo. I have never seen that one. Oh, I haven't actually read the book, Hitchhiker Guide. Okay, so these are all mapping 80-80. This seems right. I need you guys to sanity check me here. This looks right. So this would be 311. And in main, we're just looking for 80-80. Yeah, we're just binding to 80-80. We update it to 0.0.0.0, so we're binding to all interfaces, so it's not just localhost or all IP, except you get the idea. On 88.88. We literally just returned straight away here. I undid that, but maybe I'll put that back. I kind of like this, just so like I know that there's no. My thought here was that possibly this stalls, and so that happened. But like, it's returning too quickly. Like it should wait like what 20 seconds for a timeout at least. So I know it's not that anyways, but I. Dutch, you guaranteed me that was correct. You gave me the Dutch personal guarantee. One second, it has it written here, just so we can. I think. All right. Well, I can't write it both ways. I have to pick one. All right, so port this one. Okay, so we're going to follow the DB. Each container now look up the web or DB and get Postgres. Okay, so. Host port, container port in the above example. For DB, the host port is 8000. This is the host port. This is the freaking container port. This is what we use. Okay, we're correct. We're correct here. This is what we use. That's our host port. This is 8080 inside the container, which we have bound to. We are bound. I'm still blaming Russell. No one tell him. All right, but that has to be it for me today, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Sorry we didn't get this part. Unless you like pain and suffering, and then you got to the last hour has been delightful for you. Has been absolutely delightful. If you'd prefer not to have pain and suffering, join me tomorrow where we do some stuff that's more fun. We're going to work on a light project, maybe fixing the null labs, and giving away some books if there are people inside the United States that are easily shippable that would like them. If you're outside of the United States and you want to join, I give you no guarantees that I can ship the books to you, but if I can for a reasonable price, I will. Oh, Greppington, those are fighting words. Those are fighting words. Right now, it's Docker Compose's fault. If I did this in a real, like, VM, it'd be working. It'd be working beautifully. We have proven it's just a network bug. Partially Request's fault, partially Docker Compose's fault. None of my fault. None of my fault. Let's see. How do we give a 1 week ban to Dutch? No, I need his ad money. Never mind. I can't ban Dutch. Can't ban Dutch. Getting that sweet, sweet ad money. But I do have a family I need to get to. Thanks everybody for joining. Sorry we didn't get that figured out. Tomorrow, much more fun. We're just going to be playing around with the null cloud and getting some stuff up and running. Hopefully the lights behind me, we're going to try to start working on getting them working. I'd love to get it where they would work with stream. So you guys could like spend channel points to do stuff with the lights. I think that would be awesome. I know my internet still sucks. I'm working on it. Thanks everyone. Have yourselves a fantastic morning, evening, whatever it is for you. And I'll see you guys later.